Yeah, yeah. Forgive me. I updated OBS for the first time in a dog's age last night, and the buttons look slightly different. And, you know, to an old dog like me, that's all it takes to just short circuit your brain. You get used to clicking on something that looks like a gray box for a while, and then it turns into a slightly different shade of gray and a slightly different kind of box, and all of a sudden it's, you know, all the neuroplasticity that you've enjoyed as a young person, it's out the door, okay? There's no neuroplasticity, all right? The clay is hardened, all right? Your processes have been fired in the kiln. You get me. Oh my god, just reveal your face already? Greedy fucking slut. How y'all doing? You can regain neuroplasticity even as an adult, you know that? You know, one of the best ways of maintaining high neuroplasticity is to play video games. It's also one of the reasons why Japanese people all live to like 500. It's because of chopsticks, you know? Forks, yeah, they're convenient now, but when you're like 65 years old and you're having trouble like remembering the name of your grandchildren, you know, you're gonna want to go back to the, you know, put a little bit of brain effort in every time you want to pick up a piece of sesame chicken. I'm not joking. Did you know Trump said Spain is part of BRICS? Yeah, I saw that. Pretty fucking funny. Losing or having already lost my mind genuinely scares the shit out of me. Feels like I fucked myself already. Stop smoking weed. Play good video games. Use chopsticks. And go outside and a walk every day. You'll be fine. You know what I love to see? I love to see it when people who are in their early 20s are like, man, I'm fucked. Yeah, you wish you were fucked, you lonely ass motherfucker. Stream bingo, stop smoking weed. At least alcohol makes you funny. It's like -8 right now. Not over here in Seattle, but I've heard it's pretty cold. Um, Up in the Northeast, yeah. Or the North, I guess. Just pretty much everywhere to here. Do you think Trump will go after Genshin? No, gambling addicts and pedophiles are pretty much like the anointed. They're like the children of heaven, this administration. Statistically speaking, 1 and 2 Genshin Impact players bought in on the Trump coin rug pull. So actually, like, you're a privileged citizen. It's so cold nationwide that it's snowing 8 inches in New Orleans. Wouldn't be the first time I saw 8 inches in New Orleans, but, you know, I guess it's not as fun for you guys as it was for me.
Let's go to Ginger right now with more
Yeah,
on the
it's pretty
track and
crazy.
timing of the storm.
Yeah, and even more than just what the totals will be, it's about the blizzard conditions. Like, it's hard to get an actual blizzard because you have to have 35-mile-per-hour winds for 3+ hours, visibility less than a quarter mile. And the National Weather Service in Lake Charles, Louisiana, has issued their first ever blizzard warning. So from Beaumont to
those of you who aren't American, just so you know, this is not a typical winter storm area. Like, you know, it's not impossible. It's just not typically where you see it, you know? Not normally getting a winter storm warning in the panhandle of Florida, New Orleans, so on and so forth.
blizzard warning. So from Beaumont to Lafayette, Louisiana.
Chad, is this climate change? No, no, no. Climate change is when it gets warmer. When you have freak winter storms, that's actually a refutation of climate change.
This morning. Don't travel I-10. It's not just the snow falling, but it's the snow blowing and the visibility, something you have never seen before and will be impassable. Now, through the day today, we're going to see this move east. New Orleans is still snowing heavily noon till about 5, and then Panama City gets into it, Charleston late tonight. And my concern, Robin, is that the cold behind this, as we maybe melt the next couple days during the day and then freeze again, black ice, something else they don't do often.
He's being sarcastic in case anyone didn't catch it. Thank you. It's like closed captioning for autistic people. When you guys, like, out my sarcasm. Whew. Been having to do farm work in minus 13 degrees. It sucks. My mask is sticking to my face with ice and have to head out every 2 hours to swap water. Can confirm farm work sucks. Take me to the coal mines. You do not want to be cold in the coal mines. The snot, the coal dust infused snot will stick to your face, freeze to your face. Is the Texas power grid holding up so far? People slide down a hill at Herman Park in Houston. Man. Yeah, you can't drive on the roads in these conditions. I remember when I was talking about how whenever it gets icy in Seattle, the cars are all slipping around because the city doesn't salt the roads right away. And people were like, it's America. Can't you figure out how to salt the roads? And it's like, the roads don't get icy that often. It happens like once every 2 or 3 years. So yeah, no, they don't have a giant fleet of trucks ready with the salt right away. It's just snow. Yeah, but under the snow can be ice. Like as soon as it gets warm enough for the snow to melt a little bit and then refreeze during the night, you have ice. So kind of varies. Yeah, if you salt too early, it can be washed away. Driving on ice is fucking dangerous, guy. Well, you just can't drive on ice. Like if the roads are iced over, you simply cannot drive on them. At least you would need to have chains on your wheels. And like, oh yeah, man, everyone in Houston, Texas, bust out your wheel chains, you know? And even then with the chains, you still can't, like, you know, I certainly wouldn't be going out on the highways, you know? Yeah, getting the tire spikes on, that's like keeping it to 15 miles per hour while making it down to the local, like, grocery store, you know? The fuck are wheel chains? Hello, person who lives close to the equator. How are you doing? Are you triggered by all this snow in this image? Yeah, people will call folks in the South wimps for not being able to handle little snow, but they have to remember these areas so rarely get snow that investing in like plows and stuff be a waste of money. Yeah, it's literally like people don't, they're like, oh man, you're telling me that you don't have all the equipment that I've spent years accumulating, all the knowledge that I've spent years accumulating, all the city infrastructure that was built in to factor in the local weather. You're telling me that like your town that normally gets like 60 degrees in winter, it, like doesn't have all this infrastructure and every citizen isn't prepared for all the things you need to know to deal with snow, one of mankind's greatest and most historical enemies? Well, I guess you must just be fucking stupid. Snow people, man. This is Lafayette, Louisiana right now. Sheesh. God damn, man. Baton Rouge, more like Baton Snowy. All the alligators gonna freeze. I think alligators handle the cold pretty well, right? Because they just stick their noses up through the water and the ice freezes around their nose and they just breathe for a bit. They just chill. Yeah, they like hibernate because they're reptiles. They're like iguanas. Iguanas are cool. Reptiles hibernate. Well, not hibernate, but like if it gets cold, they just chill out for a bit, you know? Just like me. They just like me for real. Yeah. I think that when it's cold, you should actually get more active. You know? One benefit to it being cold, you burn calories like a motherfucker because your body has to expend so much more on the homeostasis. The room where I have the Peloton in is like a solid 30 degrees at night when I do the ride. So I'm putting in double time on that shit. I'm barely sweating because it's so cold down there. But then I get off and I feel like I've exhumed like a pound of fat. Now, does it look like on my body I've exhumed a pound of fat? No, as a matter of fact. I looked in the mirror afterwards and I'm disappointed to see, no, that looks like about the same amount of fat that there was before. But, you know, it still feels that way. And for a little bit, you know, it's nice. I like your shirt. Thanks. Imogene and Willie. Yeehaw, bucko. I just remember when I was a kid and I took my 8th grade school trip to Yosemite National Park from school in LA. And we had like 5 days up there. We were in a cabin. It was cold for me. It was like 30 degrees, maybe 40 degrees up there, but that was cold as shit to a young boy who had never left Los Angeles before. And I remember they would give us a massive breakfast every morning, and I just like inhaled that shit and didn't feel it at all. Now it's fucked up, man, because now if I have an 800-calorie breakfast later on, I'm like, ooh, yep, that was a big, yep, feeling that one. Should have only had half a bagel, you know. My indigestion acts up. But back then it was like, you know, 4 flapjacks, 3 sausages, 2 hot bacon, lots of bacon, maple syrup over everything, and then you just go out and walk for 12 hours, you know? I guess this is growing up. I guess this is growing up. You know that song? No? That's really? Okay. I guess a lot of people here are younger than me. Not trying to be mean, but I don't particularly like tan neutrals on you. Not trying to be mean, but I don't particularly like your name in chat for the next 24 hours. What motivates people to talk like that? Who the fuck do you think you are? Yeah, not trying to be mean, but you look like shit. People just be rude for no reason. It's not like deliberate rudeness, it's autism. Trust me, I know. I identify this from chat. Some motherfuckers just can't keep their thoughts in their head. Speaking as one of them, you know, but you guys pay me for it. So, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I'm giving you guys a bad impression, you know? I'm teaching you the wrong lessons. You tried regular cycling before? I have enough fun like avoiding traffic collisions while driving. I think I'll keep it to like when I'm in a metal box, you know? What's a tan neutral, like your t-shirt? Yeah. Not trying to be mean, but that jacket looks nice. You want to know something fucked up? It's from Double RL, and normally everything from Double RL is $1 million. But I saw this, it was $260, which by their standards is relatively cheap, and I got it and I loved how it fit. It's like, it's pretty big on me, which I like because it's like airy and for the summer, you know? And then I bought it, I went home with it, and then I realized, unlike every other denim trucker jacket I've ever worn, no interior pockets. The only pockets are the 2 chest ones. Those motherfuckers, they got me. I still love it. But that's crazy. Wouldn't have cost that much more to just add some interior pockets, get a little bit of weight in the bottom of it. But like, that's where you put shit. You don't really put that much stuff in here. They're pretty small pockets. Designers, why? It's probably like a reference to some historical model of type like 2 denim jackets or something. I don't fucking know, but you know. Can you add pockets? I don't know how to sew. But you could, like, you know, theoretically, right? I found a Double RL flight jacket in my attic. Holy shit, no kidding? My dad secretly had drip in the past. Don't get rid of that. That's sick. You can't sew? Not to the level of quality of like augmenting high quality garments. Like I can patch a hole just fine. But there's a difference between like, oh, can you like sew a patch or fix a button that's come off? And can you add like interior pockets to a nice jacket? It's like, okay, that's like, clearly that's a step up. Maybe I could do it if I spent some time learning how. I mean, I think you can learn most any skill, right? Yeah, I'm not being down on myself. What was the undershirt you bought with like the gauze armpits and it was something like 50 euros? That was the undershirt from Permanent Style, and it's actually a game changer. Last thing I'll say, then we get to the politics. I'm just trying to postpone it a little bit. Give me a little bit. Just give me a little bit, man. Just give me a little bit, okay? I gotta preserve my mental too. It's actually not hard to learn. Just take some patience. I don't have patience, which is the issue, I think. The Permanent Style undershirt is so fucking goated because it fits great. It's really long, so it's easy to tuck in no matter how tall you are. And it has gauze sewn on the armpit and all down your side, so it vents heat like crazy. Like you can wear that even though it's form-fitting and just not feel it when you're wearing a shirt over it. It is insane how comfy and how like breathable it is. I've never seen that before in an undershirt. I think it's cool. Do you know if Double RL does anything with plaid shirts? Oh yeah, for sure. They do Western wear. So yeah, there's a lot of flannels and plaid in there. Sounds nice, less chafing if you wear layers. Yeah, you want to wear an undershirt if you're wearing a button-up shirt over it. Unless the button-up shirt's like linen or you're wearing it like, there are some specific exceptions, but for the most part, wearing an undershirt will actually make you more cool. Than if you, like, wearing the 2 layers will make you more cool than if you were just wearing the one. Because if all you're wearing is the button-up shirt with no undershirt, and you get warm and sweaty, that shirt will stick to you. And because the button-up shirt is like a solid weave of cloth, it'll just like flatten wet against your skin, and then you feel horrible. Whereas if you have an undershirt, if you sweat into the like undershirt or tank top or whatever, it has like the fact that it's like stitched in the ribbed fashion prevents it from sticking to the shirt, and it breathes a lot easier. So you're saving yourself like a lot of trouble down the way. Yeah, look at this. This is such a cool piece of clothing tech. This undershirt. Look at the gauze on the side. See? It breathes. It's got good stuff, Bob the Cat. It's got good stuff. It's curated. How much is it? Oh, like 50 pounds or something. It's from a really high-end retailer, but it's still really good. Okay, moving on. Moving on. 7,000 people. Oh, right. A new presidential administration began yesterday. Hey, sorry. Sorry. We all have our interests, don't we? Sorry. Whew. You look away for a second. Measuring prices in pounds. I didn't ask for that guy to be British. You know, that's not on me. I didn't make that happen. Is this why hikers wear those mesh shirts? Yes. Yes, it is. Oh, man. Okay. Do we survey the damage by looking at the big ones? Or do we survey the damage by looking at, like, the overall video? Do a poll? I'm not doing a poll. I'm just trying to think. So last night, after I ended stream because I was sleepy and hungry, Trump continued to sign executive orders at the Oval Office because he's a beta male. He did not sign all of them at the Capital One Theater. You know, I don't know why. I think that's pretty lame. Personally, he didn't spend like 4 hours there signing hundreds and hundreds of documents, but. You know, weren't we all that day? Oh, we're going to be tired for a while, my friend. We're going to be tired for a while. The United States left the WHO. Yep, we have left the World Health Organization. We have left the Paris Climate Accords. Officially, the male-female thing, intersex people, non-binary people are defined out of existence. It is now called the Gulf of America, according to America. I don't think that's going to change, like, the international ruling on its name, but, you know. What are the other big ones? Obviously, the birthright citizenship thing. That's trying to invalidate the 14th Amendment, or at least part of it. That's pretty good. Freedom fries. Sending the army down to the border. Europe. The Constitution and the Bill of Rights were removed from the White House website. Is that true? Just took them off? Yes? Yeah, that sounds about right. We won't need those anymore, okay? He can't end birthright through executive order. Actually, what we've learned is that you can do anything you want as long as nobody stops you. You know what I mean? It's like, you can't rob a bank. Well, people have. Like, sometimes they even get away with it, you know? Oh, man, the 5 pages now. Whoo, boy. Can we just go through the titles? Can we just, like, start through that? It's a lot's happening, man. We gotta... Okay. Cabinet positions. the recession of Joe Biden's executive orders of 78 of them, restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship, aka you can say it now if you're a white boy, ending the weaponization of the federal government, return to in-person work. I really like this one because this is like a decision that exclusively benefits Hitlerite middle managers who feel personally unfulfilled unless they are pulling their coworkers into endless unnecessary meetings. We all know the type. At least if you do in-person office work, you know exactly what I'm referring to. It has nothing to do with workplace efficiency. It's literally just like, we don't want you, you know, jerking off on company time. That's pretty much it. Regulatory freeze pending review, hiring freeze. We talked about those ones the other day. Delivering emergency price relief for American families, defeating the cost of living crisis. I would love it if they defeated the cost of living crisis. So let's see what actionable decisions they've taken on that front. Let's see. So what does it mean to defeat the cost of living crisis? Let's see. Frack for more natural gas. Gotcha, gotcha. Phenomenal. No more EVs. Okay, gotcha. I'm sure that'll help. Oh, here we go. Housing prices. Let's see what he'll do to bring those down. Moreover, many Americans are unable to purchase homes due to historically high prices, in part due to regulatory requirements that alone account for 25% of the cost of construction. Ah, that's how we're bringing the cost down. Lower housing regulations. Phenomenal. Unprecedented regulatory oppression from the Biden administration is estimated to impose almost $50,000 in costs on the average American household, whereas my first term agenda reduced regulatory costs by almost $11,000 per household. So let's see. Lower the cost of housing and expand housing supply, eliminate unnecessary administrative expenses and rent-seeking practices that increase healthcare costs. Ooh, we love to eliminate rent-seeking. I'm sure he'll do that, you know? If there's anything I trust the Trump administration to do, it's to not allow corporations to curry direct favor with the government through regulatory capture, you know? I believe him. Eliminate counterproductive requirements that raise the cost of home appliances. What the hell does that mean? Create employment opportunities for American workers, including drawing discouraged workers into the labor force. Drawing discouraged workers into the labor force. They're going after the hikikomori vote. Eliminating harmful, coercive climate policies that increase costs of food and fuel. If anyone's despairing over this, just remember that no matter how competently this administration executes its agenda, nothing will stop the planet being burned to cinders soon. So, you ever reach that point of hopium where you're like, okay, the torment nexus can't continue forever because eventually the oceans will rise and swallow us, and the only things left will be like deep sea fish or something. Yeah, the sun will explode one day. It's not all that bad. Here we go. Granting pardons and commutation of sentences for certain offenses relating to the events at or near the United States Capitol on January 6th. He actually pardoned basically all of them. He pardoned like 15,000 people. He pardoned even people convicted of violent offenses, like even people who assaulted police officers. So all the questions he was asked about, like, you know, are you going to pardon the ones who committed, you know, violent offenses against police officers? And he was like, well, we'll have to see. A lot of people didn't do violent. He just pardoned all of them, basically. And yeah, the guy with the Auschwitz shirt, some of the people like very directly seen attacking police officers. This is basically like, and we saw this with the brown shirts as well, in the Weimar Republic, where the judges started being extremely lenient to Nazi belligerents, like leading up to the war. The basic like message here is, you are my militia, you can do what you want. You will be given like enormous legal leeway, no matter what you do, like whatever brown shit you do. Well, supposedly it was in retaliation for Biden issuing pardons to his entire family last minute. Bullshit. He would have done it anyway. No way. No way, no how. Application of Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act to TikTok. Withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization. Yay. Yippee. Restoring accountability to policy influencing positions in the federal workforce, holding former government officials accountable for election interference and improper disclosure of sensitive government information. So here we're going after the political enemies. Declaring a national emergency at the southern border, memorandum to resolve the backlog of security clearances for Executive Office of the President personnel, America First trade policy. Apparently, he's planning on implementing 25% tariffs on on Mexico and on Canada starting February 1st. We'll see if he actually does it, because that would be economically ruinous for a lot of people. So I feel like he's going to back off of it. I don't know if those 25% tariffs are part of this executive order or one of the others, but he did say that he was going to do that. What about China? Why China? Unleashing American energy, that's drill, baby, drill. Clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integrity of the United States. That means go down to the border and shoot Mexicans. Realigning the U.S. refugee admissions program. That means not having one. Protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. Is this the eliminating birthright citizenship? Yes, yes, it is. This is the Constitution. What Constitution? Executive order, which has, by the way, already been met with a boatload of lawsuits from apparently a bunch of blue states and San Francisco specifically. So, you know, really leading the front on that one. We'll see if it matters. You know, we'll see if it matters. Yeah. A lot of these will face legal challenge. Yeah, but like, who knows what the Supreme Court's going to do? Under this executive order, Kamala Harris would not be a legal U.S. citizen. Yeah, it's pretty funny, right? What does withdrawing from the WHO mean for most people? An enormous loss in our ability to coordinate on epidemiological research globally with regard to, you know, investigation of previous pandemics, future pandemics, what we can do to prevent them, that sort of thing. Yeah, it means COVID too. So that'll be fun. Securing our borders. I've heard about this. I've heard rumors about that one. Putting people over fish. Stopping radical environmentalism to provide water to Southern California. He talked about this when he did that that campaign event down in SoCal. I remember that. Restoring the death penalty and protecting public safety. Great. Promoting beautiful federal civic architecture. Well, I believe in this one. Restoring accountability for career senior executives, declaring a national energy emergency. Temporary withdrawal from all areas on the outer continental shelf from offshore wind leasing and review federal government's leasing and permitting practice for wind projects. Because they're killing the whales. They're killing the whales. Reevaluating and realigning U.S. foreign aid. Organization of the National Security Council and subcommittees. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Global tax deal. Parentheses, global tax deal. Protecting the American people against invasion. I've heard about this. There's a lot to go over, folks. Unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. That's drill, baby, drill. Protecting the United States from foreign terrorists, other national security and public safety threats. This is probably about designating the cartels as terrorist groups, which would give the president the ability to unilaterally declare war on them and invade Mexico. Remember, in theory, you need to ask Congress before declaring war. In practice, there are like a million workarounds to that, and the designation of cartels as foreign terrorist entities would give the president leeway to basically do whatever he wanted. America First Policy Directive to the Secretary of State, establishing and implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency. Yo! No longer with Vivek. Because of that phenomenal, you know, we all need to be more like Steve Urkel post. That post was amazing. It was very funny. I'm curious, what are the details on this one? Okay. This executive order establishes DOGE by modernizing federal technology and software to maximize government efficiency and productivity. Agency, okay, we're defining the terms, blah, blah. Doge structure. Hereby, the United States Digital Service is hereby publicly renamed as the United States Doge Service, or USDS, and shall be established in the Executive Office of the President. Okay, so we're actually federalizing it. We're actually like formalizing Doge, but I guess technically it's USDS. The whole point was that it be called Doge. Yeah, now it's like the US Doge S. USDOGES. Ruined it. I bet Elon's seething. There shall be a USDS administrator established in the Executive Office of the President who shall report to the White House Chief of Staff. There is further established within USDS, in accordance with Section 3161 of Title 5 U.S. Code, a temporary org known as the U.S. Doge Service Temporary Organization. The U.S. Doge Service Temporary Organization should be headed to Doge In consultation with USDS, each agency head shall establish within their respective agencies a Doge team of at least 4 employees, which may include special government employees hired or assigned within 30 days of the date of this order. Agency heads shall select the Doge team members in consultation with the USDS administrator. Each Doge team will typically include 1 Doge team lead, 1 engineer, 1 human resources specialist, and 1 attorney. Phenomenal. We have Doge task teams, task forces. Acronym and an acronym. Yeah, it really doesn't roll off the tongue. This sounds very efficient. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like this isn't very actionable at the moment, or at the very least, this doesn't describe anything very specific. Defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. Ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. Restoring the federal hiring process and restoring merit to government service. Designating cartels and other organizations as foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorists. We're going to be running drone strikes on Mexico, man. It's going to be pretty rough. Fucking itchy-ass nose. Jesus. The trans EO is incredibly devastating, honestly. Yeah, probably. Yap, 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 yap. You know, you can talk a lot. It's pretty bad. At the end of the day, trans people's existence has never come down to acknowledgement from the federal government. If that was the case, they wouldn't have existed up until wokeness was invented in like 2012 or something. So, you know, it really just comes down to like, to what, you know, what extent of explicit persecution will be like enacted on their behalf. You can't really close the Pandora's box in this one, you know? The trans bill also uses language that implies fetal personhood at conception. Yeah, I saw that. Ooh. It is the policy of the U.S. to recognize 2 sexes, male and female. These sexes are not changeable and are grounded in fundamental and incontrovertible reality. Under my direction, the executive branch will enforce all sex protective laws to promote this reality, and the following definition shall govern all executive interpretation of and application of federal law and administrative policy. Sex shall refer to an individual's immutable biological classification as either male or female. Sex is not a synonym for and does not include the concept of gender identity. Well, I mean, that's wokeness, actually. Sex and gender are 2 different things. Wow. Women or woman and girls or girl shall mean adult and juvenile human females, respectively. This is great. Man, boys, boy, adult and juvenile human males, respectively. Does this mean that you'll no longer be allowed to say, like, elf women? I always wonder about, like, how they get around this, because in fantasy and sci-fi, there are, like, a bajillion examples of non-humans getting called men or women, like, all the time. How do you parse that with adult human female? Kind of implies it's not biological. Gender ideology replaces the biological category of sex with an ever-shifting concept of self-assessed gender identity, permitting the false claim that males can identify as and thus become women and vice versa, requiring all institutions of society to regard this false claim as true. Gender ideology includes the idea that there is a vast spectrum of gender that are disconnected from sex. This is boring as shit, man. Yeah, I mean, you all know. You saw like Ben Shapiro videos back in like 2019. The male and female definitions are crazy. Yeah, but like in practice, the extent to which this is going to be enacted through federal legislation, law, or whatever, it's just going to be like a non-acknowledgement of transgender people. It's bad, don't get me wrong, but it's also like, it makes me wonder like how much this can meaningfully be acted on, you know? How much of this is yapping? Please read Aaron Reed's breakdown. We got a lot to cover today. Hello, Aaron. All right, I got it. Maybe for an individual such as yourself, you wouldn't be able to parse all of that, but to me, I understood the meaning perfectly. If you want to understand it, you'll have to read it yourself, though. Yeah, I don't want to, like, content steal. What are the consequences of this? Sorry to ping. I don't know. I remember the goal of this administration is to facilitate the extraction of wealth so that all of the people who are currently worth 100 billion are worth by the end of the administration 1 trillion. That's it. That's the only reason this political administration exists. Everything they say, everything they do is like done in order to facilitate that. Everything else is a distraction. So how much of this is like an initial barrage of epic anti-woke America is so back baby distractions that aren't going to be fulfilled, and how much of this is going to be like the platform upon which a continued sustained campaign of suffering and oppression is waged, you know? It's impossible to say. Boring ass fascism. Yeah, a lot of this is trying to do scare tactics for sure. Because the more they make you feel defeated from the onset, the more you aren't going to fight back over the course of the administration. Like they want you to be like docile and compliant. So from the get-go, they're going to be like, actually, being woke is super extra mega double illegal. So their hope is that they don't have to like do what they did back in Trump's first term, which is like wage this protracted war where the blue states and the Democrats and the protesters and so on, they want to just like get you to shut up while they take your money. Restoring names that honor American greatness. This is the Gulf of America one, I believe. And also renaming Mount something something to Mount McKinley. McKinley was the president who was killed by an anarchist, right? Rip. Mount Denali sounds so much cooler, though. I don't really give a shit. It's just, like, incredibly vacuous white nationalist virtue signaling. I have to do this one, though. The area formerly known as the Gulf of Mexico has long been an integral asset to our once burgeoning nation and has remained an indelible part of America. The Gulf was a crucial artery for America's early trade and global commerce. It is the largest gulf in the world, and the U.S. coastline along this remarkable body of water spans over 1,700 miles and contains nearly 160 million acres. Its natural resources and wildlife remain central to America's population today. Or America's economy today. Sorry, my bad. What this really is about. The bountiful geology in the basin has made it one of the most prodigious oil and gas regions in the world, providing nearly 14% of our nation's crude oil production and an abundance of natural gas, consistently driving new and innovative technologies to allow us to tap into some of the deepest and richest oil reservoirs in the world. The Gulf is also home to vibrant American fisheries, teeming with snapper, shrimp, grouper, stone crab, and other species, and is recognized as one of the most productive fisheries in the world. I always find it really ironic that these people who claim to love America actually fucking despise American culture. They only talk about America in terms of the dollar value you can attach to its land, which the American worker is seeing none of. It's literally just like, how valuable is this land? Well, how much has a capitalist made off it, you know? None of the like beauty of the Gulf of Mexico or its enormous cultural significance to Americans, like literally millions millions and millions of American citizens consider it to be part of their home and like day-to-day life. It's all just boiled down to its dollar value, which isn't just like cynical and anti-American. It's also like kind of a betrayal of the fascist MAGA principles that you would expect them to otherwise upkeep. Like, if you're a America love it or leave it type, how do you parse this shit? You know, real fooled again type stuff. If you live down there, if you're a Floridian or a Louisianan or whatever, and you support Trump and you're like, you know, yeah, this is part of my home. It's the Gulf of America. Yeah, baby. Doesn't it feel weird to see him exclusively refer to it as like a warehouse of oil, natural gas, and fishery, you know, bounties? You know, like, doesn't it? You think you'd talk about like the beauty, cultural significance, heritage, history a little bit more? No? Whatever. With the second largest volume of commercial fishing landings by region in the nation, contributing millions of dollars to local American economies. The Gulf is also a favorite destination for American tourism. See, he literally, they can't even say like, Americans like it. They have to be, it's a great destination for American tourist dollars. This is another industry that benefits from, this is another sector where 3 to 4 plutocrats at the top of the industry make money. Further, the Gulf is a vital region for the multi-billion-dollar U.S. maritime industry, providing some of the largest and most impressive ports in the world. At least they're straightforward about like what they care about, you know? The Gulf will continue to play a pivotal role in shaping America's future and the global economy, and in recognition of this flourishing economic resource and critical importance to our nation's economy and its people. Oh, we have people here. I am directing that it officially be renamed the Gulf of America. As such, within 30 days of the date of this order, the Secretary of the Interior shall, consistent with 43 U.S.C. 364 through C34F, take all appropriate actions to rename it as the Gulf of America, the U.S. continental shelf area bounded on the northeast, northwest, defining the Gulf of Mexico. The Secretary shall subsequently update the GNIS to reflect the renaming of the Gulf and remove all references to the Gulf of Mexico from the GNIS, consistent with applicable law. The Board shall provide guidance to ensure all federal references to the Gulf of America, including on agency maps, contracts, and other documents and communications, shall reflect its renaming. Yay! Yeah, I've heard there's a lot of copy and pasting across these executive orders. I don't know if that necessarily means that they use ChatGPT to write them. It sounds more to me like they just lazily copy and pasted where they needed to. But again, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Legal proceduralism is dead. Like, there's no... We no longer need to hang our hats on that, like, mechanism of resistance. You know what I mean? Like... The incompetence of this administration is relevant only insofar as it prevents them from doing what they want to do, and I don't think how poorly written these EOs are is going to make a difference there, you know? It's a vibes admin now. And guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion. Well, that's nice, you know? I would hate to be invaded. Is this also about the 14th Amendment? No, this is just about the border. What is even the purpose of this? A shock and awe campaign of meaningless culture war bullshit in an effort to terrorize the opposition, cow them into, you know, silence, and convince the MAGA retards who voted for this that this is them, like, getting a better life. Is this the text of the executive order as signed by Trump? Yes, at least it should be. Where's the $2 eggs, EO? Sorry, he ran out of time. Couldn't do that one. Man. So yeah, that's day one. Today's day two. Apparently, we have a lot of big stuff to look forward to later today. There's an announcement at what, 1? Right? 1 p.m. PT? We have the Doge website up. It's now doge.gov, an official website of the United States government, which is the only thing it has to say at the moment. And we have, of course, the epic Doge meme. Feels so bad for that woman who owned this Shiba Inu, you know, to see purely through the happenstance of like internet autism, her dog get turned into an internationally recognized symbol of fascism. Do you think she feels like Oppenheimer? I hope she's able to ascribe that much like meaning to it, you know? They also raised the price of drugs. Ah, yes, that's right. They got rid of the Biden executive order that lowers drug costs for the older people on Medicare. I thought they were going to let that executive order continue through and just take credit for it because it wasn't meant to be like enacted until what, 2026. It looks like they just canceled it. So sorry, Mima. Sorry, all the poor Appalachian rocking chair toting grandmothers who really would have preferred their insulin not cost $326 or whatever. Your shit's more expensive now. Time to die of diabetes. Let me get that article. Look at this shit, man. Doge.gov. Oh, look, the Democrats put out an article on this. How nice. Donald Trump rolls back Biden-Harris rule to lower drug costs for millions of Americans. That's true. That's pretty true. That's actually the logo, Jesus Christ. Where have you been? It's so boring that not even Poll is celebrating. You're with a lot of these like perma online, like, you know, pedophile jerk off neo-Nazi types who are lonely and just want to talk to a girl. You're going to see a lot of dog that caught the car syndrome, where if all the Dems are quiet and there's not much opposition and Republicans are just like slapping their dicks all over the walls of the Oval Office, you kind of run out of like it's going to be 2027 and like trans people have been defined out of existence. Like, we're passing a new executive order that double defines them out of existence. Okay, like what? Make my eggs cheaper, but they won't. Hey, this is kind of interesting. Can somebody explain to me why when I Google Trump executive order prescription drug costs, these are the things that pop up? Democrats, Life Sciences Intellectual, Newsweek, Truth Out, and The Street. ABC, CNN, NBC, MSNBC. Little weird, kind of a big. Google results are based on your own search history. Yeah, man, I never pull up CNN, NBC, so on and so forth on my stream. That's true. AP News, Reuters. Any click news? I don't normally have to click news to get major news sites coverage of major news events. It's normally right here, which is where 99% of Americans will see when they Google something. Just a coincidence. The third result under the news tab is the Alabama Political Reporter. Are they actually like, is it just the way I typed it up? Trump executive order, Medicare drug cost. Wow, no, it's the same. Dude, is it actually happening? My channel is going to be deleted within 6 months. Oh my God. Alabama Political Reporter, Truth Out, Stat, Life Sciences, Intellectual Property Review, Fierce Healthcare, The Street. Do they make news? Do they make news on this news item? Well, that's cool. Yeah, they're actually not. I googled CNN Trump Medicare. I'm getting no results. Well, they've been crying about how outrageous it is that he pardoned those criminals. Oh, so they're focusing and talking about something that the average Republican would find based and not covering the thing that a lot of Republicans will actually be hurt by. Interesting. So they're focusing on what meaningfully amounts to like a culture war point where you can debate over like civility rather than the thing that objectively would have improved the lives of a bunch of Americans that is now being revoked largely out of spite and fealty to the pharmaceutical companies. That's cool. Wow. I guess they were told not to cover it. That's that's literally the only explanation for none of the major news companies. Like literally, none, New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, Reuters, AP News. They were just told not to. Maliciously incompetent? Nope, they were told not to. It's that simple. We are heading down a dark fucking road, man. Looks like NPR is covering it. You just linked an article from 2020, my friend. Vosh here. Yeah, but this is the CNN Live page. So they mention it as one update of 100 on like a scrolling list that you have to scroll all the way through to see. Like, I'm not saying there's no coverage of it all. The fact that there's no article on it, though, is genuinely insane. Newsweek has it? Yeah, Newsweek is the only, like, relatively large news company I can see that's covering it, which is crazy because Newsweek is a bash rag. Bosch, here you go. Yeah, but this is still part of, like, a group. You know what I mean? Where is it here? TikTok ban, energy and the environment, tariffs and trade, gender, immigration and the border, federal work. Wait, is it? I don't see it here at all. I could control F, but that'd be cheating, obviously. To your point, NBC edited the Nazi salute out of the video from yesterday. Top is the NBC upload, bottom's the one that aired as the live feed. That's crazy. Man, we're really we are like well and truly there, aren't we? The top still had the second one. I think, yeah, where it looks more ambiguous. I think the top one was pulled directly from the video that was uploaded by the America Pack. Look at the audience members doing it back. Well, why wouldn't they? Europe. Is this a Nazi salute or him being actually retarded? I would say there's a pretty big overlap between those two possibilities. Man. How quickly do you think they would have had to consolidate everyone to get all of these news companies to not report on that? Like, probably only took one meeting. Yeah. It's a big group chat and you're not in it. I might be. I just don't check my messages that often. Good luck to you Americans. Hey, we're bringing you down with us, okay? Don't you get too comfy over there, all right? America is the world. All right. Well, that's cool. What can we actually do about this? Nothing. Don't ask questions you already know the answer to. Let's check the live feed and what's going on now. Trump abruptly ended the Secret Service detail assigned to former National Security Advisor John Bolton. That's cool. He can do that? Apparently. Yeah, the fuck John Bolton executive order. Trump to announce newly formed partnership investing $500 billion. Oh my God. Investments worth up to $500 billion for infrastructure tied to AI. Guys, we're getting an infrastructure bill. Guys, it's finally happening. $500 billion. It's finally happening. We're finally going to balance the budget. Kentucky governor wants to see details of Trump policies before disagreeing or supporting them. Okay, okay. That's great. Trump returns from inaugural prayer service, says they could do much better. Oh my God.
What do you think? Did you like it? Did you find it exciting? Not too exciting, was it? I didn't think it was a good service, no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
They could do much better.
Thank you, press. Inside, inside. Thank you, thank you.
Didn't the bishop say, like, God save our migrants or something like that? Was that this bishop? I saw a bishop said that. Was it the same service? She did, yeah. I think that's earlier in this feed. Eric Adams says I'm not going to be warring with the president. Yeah, that's not surprising to me. Different bishop, guys. Nah, not here then. Link?
Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants,
Woke pastor.
who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they They may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara,
The mouth's
and
faces.
temples.
This woman looks like an apple pie.
I ask you to have mercy, Mr.
That
President,
is
on those in
remarkable
our communities whose
face
children
structure.
fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing
That's
war
Tiffany
zones
Trump?
and persecution
Has she had work done?
in their own lands.
I mean, obviously,
To find
yes,
compassion
I guess.
and welcome
Just
here.
didn't.
Our God teaches
They
us
put the apples in.
that we are to be merciful to the stranger, for we were all once strangers in this land. May God grant us the strength and courage to honor the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love, and walk humbly with each other and our God for the good of all people in this nation and the world. Amen.
Well, hopefully this works. In the West Wing, this would work. She got arrested after this? That's true. This has been fact-checked by real American patriots. Oh, here it is. Not pastor, reverend. Now you can stop hating religion. Not likely to happen. Man, oh man, oh man. Hey, they got Torrio out. Guess there's no reason why they wouldn't have. Enrique's back on the streets looking for more right-wing groups to be a federal informant for. It's pretty grim, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's pretty grim. They actually took control of the media. This is actually bad for once. Yeah, apparently it didn't take very much, huh? What's democracy dies in broad daylight? With thunderous applause. It's not even really with thunderous applause, right? It's mostly just them doing whatever they want. There's not going to be any resistance over the next 4 years. The most you're going to get from Democrats is, like, you know, half-hearted resistance, maybe begrudging consensus or silence. You're not going to get proceduralism. What's that one tweet? You know, Democrats have spent the last 8 years holding a rule book saying, but dogs can't play basketball while a dog keeps dunking on them over and over and over again. Something to that effect. They might not even say much, man. Do you have any idea how much power the current administration would have to command in order to get all of the major news outlets to not specifically cover him canceling lower prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare? Took like no time at all. I wonder why Newsweek went through with it. Genuinely won't be surprised if they start like full on banning left-wing content soon. I mean, it's been fun. Salute. Can we start voting third party now? If it makes you feel good, go for it. Why not? Anything mentioning trans is already deplatformed on Meta. Yeah, apparently due to a quote-unquote massive quote-unquote bug, Instagram for a little while hid search results for the term Democrats. Or Democrat. Meta insisted this is not the case, saying it's a technical problem which has also affected other hashtags, including a Republican one. But it didn't affect the hashtags. I saw the screenshots. Hashtag Democrat and hashtag Democrats didn't produce a different outcome. It was just Democrat or Democrats that changed the outcome. That gave you no results. There's not really any reason to be charitable to Meta on this. Literally, like, within the span of 2 weeks, their guy donated money to Donald Trump, went over to Mar-a-Lago, palled around with him, went on Joe Rogan, pledged fealty to him, lied about the Democrats, appeared at his inauguration, put out a video saying that now they're going to be anti-woke. Yeah, like, if he's announcing that he's been bought, there's not really any reason to go, oh, well, it's just an accident, you know? They seem to have fixed it now, at least in my... No, they fixed it, but I think it's just them power flexing. I think it's their way of saying, like, remember, we control all the handles of power now. You know, we can do whatever we want, so stay in line. Because if they start outright censoring Democrats to the extent that there's no way to access that content at all, things might get so audacious that it actually does lead to public protest. So their goal, much like with all these executive orders, is to terrify people into being submissive and compliant, you know? Or maybe they just don't care and will take media attention. Maybe. There are no real red note migrations, Easlet. That didn't take very long.
The deal. TikTok, I may not do the deal or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless. Worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless, worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion, $1 trillion. So if I do the deal I'm talking about doing it for the United States. If I do the deal for the United States, then I think we should get half. In other words, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations,
State
TikTok as a
media,
big
yay!
Partner. And that would be worth, it could be $500 billion or something. It's crazy. The numbers are crazy. But it's worthless if the president doesn't sign.
Would the United States get the tick or the talk? I'm not sure. I don't want the talk personally. I don't know about the tick. I feel like China can keep that half.
It's worthless. If the president does sign, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. So I think, like a joint venture, I think we would have a joint venture with the people from TikTok.
So I guess what he's trying to get out of this is literal, actual state media. Like none of the like boundaries of like artificial neutrality or anything like that. Just a straightforward, like, the US government will own enough of TikTok that it can do whatever it wants with it, which will in practice mean, like, every 2 minutes when you're using TikTok, an ad will pop up and it'll be like a 7-minute unskippable ad about how transgender immigrants from Venezuela are raping your children, and the only way to stop them is by lowering taxes on wealthy people. And you have to keep your eyes locked onto the screen as well. Your front-facing camera will be looking to make sure you're paying attention. Eyes open. You have expended your daily allotment of TikTok screen time today. Would you like to extend it by investing further in Doge? Yes, sir. Oh, man.
Depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless. Worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close.
So how many more of these surveying the damage streams upcoming? 1,460 or 1,459, I think.
I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless. Worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion.
Yeah, we saw that. The world's going to be so horrible in 4 years. Don't worry, man. Soon the ocean will swallow us all. You forgot to account for the days your head hurts? Yeah, probably going to be happening pretty often. Speaking of, minutes ago, the Trump administration revoked the sensitive locations policy that prevented ICE from carrying out enforcement arrests inside churches, hospitals, and schools. Yorp. Trump administration has revoked a Biden-era memo that prohibited ICE from arresting unauthorized immigrants at or near sensitive locations. Administration says it trusts ICE to use common sense. Oh, I'm sure. Look, if you're at work or at school or at church or whatever, and you see ICE bust in and take away, you know, Juarez, okay, just make sure you get that shit on the gram. They're gonna ban you for posting it, but you know, we all have to document what's going on. American kids will be in between school shooters and ICE. I mean, yeah, American kids are now like the hostages in a permanent CSGO game between ICE and school shooters. It's like just every day, you know? What's going to happen today? I don't know. Fucking ICE agent just planted the bomb. ICE would 100% win. Well, actually, we've seen examples of how police act in school shooter situations, and I believe they would just sit at spawn. Okay. What are the new Pete Hegseth allegations? The former sister-in-law of Trump's defense secretary Pick said Hegseth made his second wife. The former sister-in-law of Trump's defense secretary Pick said Hegseth made his second wife fear for her safety. Hegseth's second wife said there was no physical abuse. Okay, so it's just the testimony of the sister-in-law, but Hegseth's second wife has already been paid off. Gotcha.
She adds that part of her reason, and this.
We've just learned that senators have received an affidavit containing new allegations against Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth. NBC's Julie Sirkin helped break this story. She joins us now. What more can you tell us?
Well, Chris, this is significant because for the first time, we are hearing on the record of somebody who spoke directly with Samantha Hegseth during the time in which she was married to Pete Hegseth, who shared concerns fearing for her safety. I'm talking about Danielle Hegseth. She's the former sister-in-law to both Samantha and Pete Hegseth. She says in this copy of this affidavit, a redacted version, quote, I have chosen to come forward publicly at significant personal sacrifice because I am deeply concerned by what Hegseth Hegseth's confirmation would mean for our military and our country. She adds that part of her reason, and this is so significant, Chris, for coming forward is because I have been assured that making this public statement will ensure that certain senators who are still on the fence will vote against Hegseth's confirmation. But for that insurance, I would not subject myself or...
I don't think this matters at all. It, like, genuinely, being a terrorizer of women puts you... Like, this is like a low category offense in the context of... They were gonna make Matt fucking Gaetz the attorney general, you know? The only reason they didn't is because other people threw a fuss. I don't think... We're not getting anything from this. This is just like most special ops guys, TBH. Yeah, they're fucking psychopaths. This is well known. What is legal to cover on news these days? Citizenship. I guess that's just it, man. Seems like some Dem governors are stepping up now and refusing to recognize the executive order from the Trump administration. Well, yeah, it's Pritzker. Everyone is going to be pushing back on the attempt to strip birthright citizenship from the Constitution. Everyone will. Well, not everyone, obviously. A lot of people will. That's going to be a big one. It is, to be clear, the 14th Amendment secures birthright citizenship in a very unambiguous fashion for everyone except the children of foreign diplomats. There is no legal argument for it being revoked via executive order. It's not legally possible. It's really just a matter of whether or not they get away with it. It's going to be challenged everywhere, and I imagine basically every court is going to agree with the challenge until it goes up to the Supreme Court, and then we'll see. You know. How hard is it to undo an amendment? It's the same process as doing the amendment to begin with, which requires like ratification from the states. It's a whole process. So, you know, we'll see. Trump also revoked asylum for Afghani people who helped the U.S. government. Yeah, it's crazy. So if Democrats are going to resist this change, what will the two parties realistically skirmish on? I mean, this could just be like the one thing they do that is so audacious that it ends up turning into an actual protracted battle. And that way, Trump can win on 99 issues while the Democrats like delay or maybe even stop this one. You know what I mean? That's not how it works, Twitchy Doggo. It has to ratify for enough of them to be part of the Constitution. Doesn't help that every time birthright citizenship was challenged, the challenger was a white supremacist. Same as it always was. Yeah, this might be the sacrificial bone issue. That's the optimist in me talking, by the way. That the birthright citizenship executive order is so audacious that they're using it as like the, here you go, Democrats, here's your bone, you know? Here's the thing that you get to push back on so that we still get to maintain the artifice of a democracy. Meanwhile, I'll get everything else done with basically no pushback. I feel like that's kind of correct. It seems likely. Birthright citizenship is one of the things that made America into the incredibly powerful monolith that it is today. Trying to revoke it is deeply anti-American, but that hasn't stopped them before.
Tonight, he unveiled those 10 plans, those 10 executive orders, all about border and immigration policy. And we can go through some of them real quick here. The big one, Trump is declaring a national emergency at the border.
Heard about
He's
that
also
one.
ending the catch and release program, which allows detainees to go free until their court dates. Third, he's bringing back the Remain in Mexico policy, which would require migrants to get asylum in Mexico until their court dates here. Mexico President
Talking about as a group of issues. What about Fox News? Trump's House GOP allies push birthright citizenship bill after progressive fury at presidential order. The ACI. Love the way Fox News is pushing this. Trump's House GOP allies push birthright citizenship bill, as in like the revocation of birthright citizenship, after progressive fury at presidential order. And it's like, yeah, progressive fury, as opposed to the wording of the Constitution.
Is this idea promising to end birthright citizenship for illegal immigrants. Wonder what Daniel Garza thinks of that, the Libre Initiative president. Focusing on Donald Trump, well, one of the things he set up maybe as a key debate in this entire race is this idea promising to end birthright citizenship for illegal immigrants. Wonder what Daniel Garza thinks of that, the Libre Initiative president. Daniel, what do you think? That added another wrinkle to this debate?
Well, look, I know that this is...
Why do they have the C team covering this issue? It's literally like a challenge to the Constitution. Man, the media is going to be like genuinely unmanageable over the next few years. Like every massive deal, like no one's going to cover anything, you know? What's on the front page of Fox? Wow, Trump-Vance grimace as inaugural prayer service sermon takes unexpected political turn. Yeah, right. Naturally. Leaders from around the world react to President Trump's White House return. Full coverage of President Trump's first full day in office on the story. Full rivals of President Trump that Biden didn't pardon before leaving office. That's great. Deportations happening right now in U.S. Trump admin hits back as ACL launches lawsuit on birthright citizenship. Oh, there we go. Okay. A repealing of a constitutional amendment. We get that down in the, what is that, the sixth thing from the top? And it also doesn't say Trump is repealing birthright citizenship. It just says the lawsuit is on the subject. Wait. Middle clicking opens it in the main page
National
too?
Border Patrol Council Vice President Art Del Cueto.
And we get this dumb fuck on to talk about it. That's great. Nothing from the Fox 5? No like large... nothing? Okay. Marco Rubio, conservatives heap praise on Barron for shaking Biden's hand at Dad's inauguration. President sacks top military leader. White House desk to oh. Fox News host Will Cain. New migrant caravan on the way. Stay fearful, guys. J.K. Rowling. They didn't listen. J.K. Rowling fires sharp message to left after Trump gender order. Until she really cares about women. Wow, Daniel Penny, the guy who was found not guilty of murdering that guy in the subway months ago. Got him on the sidebar here. This is worse than it used to be. By a huge margin, man. This is a lot worse than it used to be. At least CNN has this up on the front. This is correct. It's only going to get worse. Yeah.
You've been looking at the data and polling on how Americans and political parties stand on the birthright citizenship issue. What have you discovered?
Yeah, I mean, look, there are a lot of policies that Donald Trump is going to push during his second term that are popular. This ain't one of them. This ain't one of them. It's quite an unpopular policy, and we can see this in the polling right here. All right, end birthright citizenship for children born to immigrants illegally here. Look at this. Only about a third of the country supports it. Only 35% in average of all polling. A clear majority, 50.
Also, it's just unconstitutional. Like, it wouldn't matter if everyone supported it. Like, the law of the land has already made its ruling on this. The average American also doesn't know what birthright citizenship is. So their opinions on this matter are kind of, like, unreliable. You know? How? statistically speaking, like probably 20% of the people watching this right now don't know what it is.
3% oppose it. You rarely can get such a large majority in this country that is so polarized along political lines to agree on an issue. But on this one, the overwhelming majority oppose it. And I will note that I looked at every single poll on the subject. And
ideologically, this actually makes sense, not just because Republicans are anti-immigration, but also because Republicans are massive on parental control of children. So the idea being, if children are property of their parents, a deeply pedophilic attitude, I might note, if the parents are here illegally and then they have a child here in the US, their logic would be, well, the child's just the property of the parents and the parents are here illegally. So they're just an anchor baby. Whereas in reality, that child is their own individual who was born here in the blessed, United States of America, and therefore is endowed with citizenship by right of birth. Like that. So that if you view children as property of parents, it makes more sense to argue undocumented immigrants who have children here in the United States, those kids shouldn't have citizenship.
in every single poll, a majority opposed it. That's why the average reflects this. This isn't just one poll, it's across a ton of polls. But it's not just in the here and now. We can look at this issue historically, because Donald Trump is not the first guy to push this. It was pushed by Republicans back in the early 2010s. So we can see this here. All right, support ending birthright citizenship. You go back to 2011, look at that. It was 35%. You jump forward to 2015, right when Donald Trump was getting his first presidential bid going. You could see it was 31%. You look now at the average of polls. It's 35%. The bottom line is support for this issue has not changed. It has been consistent. Only about 1/3 of the country support the idea of ending birthright citizenship for children born to immigrants here illegally. But it's not just in the here and now. It's not just across time. It is also when you look within political parties, because you might expect that Donald Trump's political base, Republicans, would be overwhelmingly in support of this measure to support ending birthright citizenship. But what do we see here? We only see 56% of Republicans agree. Now, that is
these numbers are going to shift over time as well, unfortunately. Now that the Republicans control literally all news everywhere, we can expect, the consent for the citizenry to be manufactured pretty aggressively. We'll see how much it shifts over time. We are seeing pushback from the Democrats over this, so maybe it will be the sacrificial issue. And again, legally, this has no leg to stand on, if that even matters. Doesn't matter if you have a leg to stand on, if the Supreme Court will just pick your legless body up and carry you across the finish line. So that's pretty bad. If you're undocumented or the child of undocumented immigrants, I would really recommend keeping your head down for a little bit. Might want to get the lay of the land a little bit. Not trying to be too doomer about it, but realistically, you might want to keep your head down a little bit. I'm curious to see what their attempt at a plausible justification to the Supreme Court is. The Supreme Court wipes their ass with the Constitution whenever it's convenient for them. Seriously, the 5-4 podcast, you can learn about some of their decisions. The decision-making of the conservative justices has been insane. Like, they don't even pretend to care about the rule of law. They will, their justifications will often be so obviously contradictory, you don't even need a law degree to go like, wait, if that's your logic for this ruling, wouldn't that contradict literally all the other things? Does, like, just straightforward, What's the name of the podcast? 5-4. What should I do as a naturalized citizen? Naturalized citizen, you're likely fine for a while. You're likely fine for a while. You're certainly not, like, at the top of the list. I mean, everyone should be careful, but you're not near the top of the list. You're in the middle of the list. You know, it really depends on where you were before you were naturalized as a citizen, okay? It really depends on your skin color. But this isn't even based on the interpretation. It's explicitly written in the Constitution. It literally does not matter. This order does regarding birthright citizenship does not in its current form affect anyone who's currently alive. It applies to people born 29 days from now. Yes, that is true. I completely blanked on that. Yeah. It's not about revoking citizenship from people who already have it, because that would be like an enormous legal task. It's about like setting the precedent. Though arguably they could push forward on that. Like once they've established the argument that past a certain point, you no longer benefit from birthright citizenship, you go back on it. What's the alternative to birthright citizenship? You have nationality by land and nationality by blood. And over in the New World, in the Americas, most countries are nationality by land. And what that means is that if you're born there, even if you're born in on land that's not technically within the country, but is like legally designated as such, like in an embassy in a foreign country or on a plane that's chartered in that country, you are a citizen. You were born there, it's yours. Whereas most old world countries like France, England, whatever else, if you're born there, it doesn't matter. You need to have a blood tie in order to get citizenship there. So you need to be, you need to have a parent that is a citizen. Yeah, Joe Soli versus Joe Sanguinis. Yeah, our way is better. It's just better. That is the reason why America went from a podunk backwater to being the global superpower in between like 1918 and 1945. Massive waves of immigrants, Irish, Italian, China, like the whole way forward, immigration helped fuel our economy, and we grew exponentially. We grew to an unimaginable extent, and it was built on the incredible opportunity that our country afforded. I'm not doing the like American exceptionalist, land of opportunity pledge here, but I also kind of am. That is the reason why we grew to the extent that we have, Meanwhile, other countries have stagnated. What has Britain done since 1945? What has France done? What has Germany done? Nothing. We rule the world. Or at least the corporations that are chartered here do. Genuinely. Like, it is just a better way of running a country. It incentivizes people to come over. What do you want to do immigration like France? The country that's done nothing but lose cultural relevance, even within their own borders, no matter how hard they try. Lose population. Lose against lobsters. I mean, France did make dead cells. If those cells were made in America, they'd be alive today. The thought that colonizing a continent wasn't the main aspect helping the USA become a world power is a bizarre thought. I mean, yeah, because it's true. Lots of countries took over territory. That's not unique to the United States. That's like pretty common. Obviously, we had a lot of territory to take over, but so did a bunch of other countries, And it's not like we were even able to take advantage of most of that territory up until relatively recently. The real difference, in addition to getting lucky in terms of like being a strategic supplier of arms and rebuilding after World War II and so forth, is the fact that we were able to get like massive waves of labor. Like literally, that was the big boom. No, either way. 5 booms for American supremacy. Trump to sit down with Fox News Channel Sean Hannity. I've heard of that guy. Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern. Okay, gotcha. So that'll be fun. We'll watch that. 6 p.m. PT. Okay, maybe a later stream tomorrow then. We'll see. I know this isn't a new observation, but it genuinely is crazy how much Republicans would fucking hate Jesus Christ if he existed today. It is insane. I know you've heard that a million times, but it's still true, you know? Well, we're waiting on Donald Trump to announce his big, wet, sloppy, $500 billion AI infrastructure deal. So in the meantime, let's go to the Oval Office, where last night he talked to reporters while signing in a bunch of EOs, the ones that we briefly looked over earlier.
Commutations in there. We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research.
I saw one clip from this where he thought Spain was part of BRICS. That was pretty funny.
So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. They're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
Huge difference between Biden and Trump is Trump loves talking to people / the media. Yep. Yeah. Genuinely crazy that Democrats don't see this. Like after 2016 to 2020, that they didn't see that one of the things that appealed to people about Trump was the fact that he was like very open to always be in front of the camera. And then they got a guy who they had to hide from his own party because of how much he had mentally declined.
Were there any cases you did not commute or part of people?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to, full pardon.
And the order does require the Bureau of Prisons to act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders. Sir, this is an
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion based on the current crisis at the southern border.
Yay!
It invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
Invasion? Brown people.
Mr. President, what makes you confident that those are not going to be blocked by the courts?
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. They're very straight up. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay?
Sir, this is an executive order.
J6 prisoners pardoned. Storming a jail because they want other J6 prisoners released faster. That sounds about right. They're returning to their natural form.
Realigning the United States refugee admission program to better align with American principles and American interests.
Okay.
That's a big old signature. I think I would also sign bills with a Sharpie if I was president. I think it commands strength.
This next executive
order... It conveys power.
Is about protecting America from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Again, crisis at the border, but it goes beyond that and it implicates other executive powers as well.
Democrats will never win again unless they learn to do this, and I'm so not joking. Like, you need to be on camera all the time, and you need to be really clear and straightforward all the time about what you're doing. Like, with with Biden, that he would just, like, go and disappear from the cameras, and then he would put out a tweet saying, I just signed these 6 executive orders that'll do something, or whatever. There's such a huge difference, you know? You need to make everything into a play, everything into a show.
President Trump, if cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations, would you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen. stranger things have happened.
Mr. President,
And that was actually
that Maduro would accept Venezuelans.
Say it.
How will you make sure that Maduro will accept Venezuelans?
Well, we're going to see in Venezuela. We're looking at Venezuela very strongly. It's a country I know very well for a lot of reasons, and it's, boy, it was a great country 20 years ago, and now it's a mess, right?
Sir, can we expect ICE raids starting tomorrow in major cities?
What does that mean?
Can we expect ICE raids in major cities?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
I'm telling you, man, this is good. It's legal leeway to attack them. Great stuff.
Yes, sir.
People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign. And Mexico probably doesn't want that. But we have to do.
I am really,
what's
really,
right.
really hoping
killing
that
our
he goes
people.
forward with the tariffs because, and I'm not even joking, I think economic collapse actually is our best case scenario here. Like, the competent execution of this plan where all media is broken and he can do whatever he wants would be far, far worse for everyone than if they overplay their hand and collapse the economy and like lead to mass unrest. And I'm not saying that in an accelerationist sense. I'm not saying that in a like, we need to burn everything down to build it back up. I'm saying that in a the things burned down path might literally be better immediately than the things not burning down path. Like, this isn't even like a well in the long term kind of thing. It's like in the immediate sense. It's like hoping that the fucking German war economy grinds to a halt. It's not accelerationism. You're not hoping for a better outcome in the future. You're hoping for a better outcome now.
They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year.
Guy handing
Not
Trump the
100,
EO sounds like Asmongold. That is
like
Asmongold.
has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
This is an executive.
Mexico doesn't want that. How are you going to deal with this?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Sir, this is an executive order entitled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, which again deals with the southern border and the unprecedented admission of illegal aliens across the southern border.
Yippee!
What do you see the biggest national security threat to the U.S., Mr. President? What's going to be your priority on foreign policy?
Say?
What's going to be your priority on foreign policy? What do you see as the biggest national
Foreign
security
policy is a big statement. I mean, my priority on foreign policy, it's going to be to keep America safe. Very simple. It's a big question, though. That's a very big question.
Who is going to be the first foreign
Are you
leader?
guys ready for targeted strikes against the cartel to lead to cartel retaliation and a bunch of U.S. tourists in Mexico get like beheaded or something? That's going to be great for America's feelings of safety. And then all the media will report it as though it's Mexico's fault.
That you plan to meet, or who you going to call tomorrow on your first day?
I've already been meeting people. I've been meeting them. I've been talking to them. I met with Prime Minister Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau. I met with numerous foreign leaders. Go ahead.
Sir, this next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
There we go.
That's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
What about that one?
That's a big one.
That one is likely to be passed.
Could be. We think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know.
No.
And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, we'll see. We think we have very good grounds.
Sir,
people have wanted
Not
to do
even
this
close.
for decades.
Sir, this is
It literally is a new world versus old world thing. And the reason it's a new world versus old world thing is purely down to the fact that when Europe colonized the New World, they wanted to attract as many people immigrating in as possible, as quickly as possible, because they needed to fill up that space quickly, because there just weren't enough non-indigenous people there to meaningfully secure the landmass they had. So they implemented birthright citizenship as a way of incentivizing What's this map showing? Blue countries have birthright citizenship, or like citizenship by land. Plum countries have citizenship by blood. Yes, including Chad. What about gray? I don't know. Couldn't tell you, sorry.
A proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States.
Great.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh?
Not a big one.
You know what that means, right?
Wow.
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Wait. Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh.
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we found it. Wow. Thank you.
What does it say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination.
That sounds great.
What's that? A letter left for him by Joe Biden.
Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help with the passing of the torch.
I did. I left him one in the desk just like this.
What are you talking about in the limo?
Unification of our country. You know, I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me. No. He did it. They released it during my speech. I mean, during my speech. So all I could do was say, excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more. So, no, we were surprised by that. It's bad precedent, obviously.
Where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people.
God, he's charismatic. The fucked up thing is he's just like normal. Like, I know he's relatively charismatic, but that's because we're used to seeing him alongside Democrats, and for whom every time they breathe or sneeze, they have to get like consultants to approve it first. They need to have like a bunch of fucking 35-year-old Marg Tower chugging New York Democrats who all have millions held in Wall Street to tell them that this is what like the people want to hear, you know? He just talks like a normal guy. I mean, obviously he has media training, but that's normal for politicians. A politician should be able to come across as casually affable. That's not a big ask. It's just the Democrats are so bad at it.
To come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
He seems pretty tired. Well, yeah, it was Inauguration Day. He's been doing stuff and walking around all day.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir,
on each.
On each, yes.
This is an executive order taking a large number of executive actions to secure our southern border.
Okay.
A little vague there.
President Trump, we remember 4 years ago, Barack Obama had told you that the top threat to the country was going to be North Korea. Did Joe Biden tell you what he thinks the top threat to the country is right now?
No. I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot. I think North Korea turned out to be good. I was very friendly with him. He liked me. I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power, but we got along. I think he'll be happy to see him coming back.
And
I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir.
Are we going to work with countries from South America to coordinate on immigration?
Oh, yeah.
About who?
About immigration in general.
This is
to coordinate immigration, he's like fucking Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Vineboom.wav, DreamWorks face. Who?
Executive order. Sorry, sir.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people. And
Wav? I don't see an E.
I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. You know, if you don't want tariffs, all you have to do is build your plant in the U.S. So we're going to have a lot of workers coming in. But we have to have legal immigration.
Do you have a date in mind for when you want to put on the China tariffs that you talked about?
Which one?
60%?
No. You're talking about which? Say it again.
The China tariffs, the broad
China?
tariffs.
Well, as you know, I put on large tariffs on China, and they've really been forced to leave them. And if we didn't leave them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open in this country because they were dumping massive amounts of steel. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China because they were unable to terminate the tariffs I put on China because it was too much money and the budgets didn't work and other reasons too.
What?
No, I mean, we're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week, as you know. Did you know that? I had a very good phone call.
Did you stand with NATO at this moment? Are you planning to meet your NATO?
Curious how much less interested he seems to be in tariffing China. You know, really toned down a lot of the anti-China. Really been focusing on Canada and Mexico lately.
No, NATO has to pay more money. NATO
All
has
the
to pay
people he goes
5%.
after seem to be our allies, and he's always jerking off.
We're in the Ukraine war like $200 billion more than NATO. It's ridiculous because it affects them a lot more. We have an ocean in between, and we've spent $200 billion more on Ukraine than NATO has spent. And they've got to equalize.
Did you talk to Xi about the Ukraine war?
Yeah.
Because China and Brazil together has a proposal to bring Russia and Ukraine to talk.
That's good. That's fine. I'm ready.
When are you going
That's
to talk
good.
with the Brazilian
How
president?
did Brazil get involved? This is a new one.
When are you going to talk to Lula?
Are you from Brazil?
From Brazil.
Ah,
When are you talking?
that's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president? How do you see your relationship with Latin America and Brazil?
Great. Should be great. They need us much more than we need them. We don't need them. They need us. Everybody needs us.
This is Mr. President, it sounds like you will not receive additional
the
China
negotiator-in-chief.
tariffs, depending on how talks go with President Xi. Is that correct?
What does that define that?
Well, we are asking, you pledged in the campaign potentially a 10% tariff on China or as much as
Because of fentanyl.
Right. So I'm asking where you're.
That's only because of fentanyl. There are other things too.
Are additional.
And a very big thing is the Panama Canal. China controls the Panama Canal. What's that all about? They're not supposed to be good. When Jimmy Carter gave it, which was a terrible mistake, he didn't do it. He didn't give it to China. He gave it to Panama. And China controls the Panama Canal.
So are China tariffs.
And we're not going to allow that to happen.
I promise I'll add the top sheet. Okay?
We're not going to allow that to happen.
Thank you, sir.
What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money, like Spain, France, below the 5%?
Spain is very low. And yet, aren't they a BRICS nation?
Yes.
They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is? You'll figure it out. But and
One
if the
day,
BRICS
maybe.
nations want to do that, that's okay. But we're going to put at least a 100% tariff.
He's so
on
back. That's
the
my
business
president.
They do with the United States. You know what the BRICS is, right? You guys know.
No one correct
You
him.
know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
Sir, this is
So it's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said, well, they have us over a barrel. I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
This is an executive order relating to.
Bro said BRICS is a joke. MAGA communist C
As a
thing.
BRICS nation, yes.
He's right for
They'll
once.
have a 100% tariff if they so much as even think about doing what they thought.
Can you explain how it's
And therefore they'll give it up immediately. So will China give it up.
Spain just gonna randomly get hit with tariffs. What the fuck did I do? You know, just absolutely no. No one in the GOP like questions him or corrects him or anything. Just throw them out there.
Forming the system of
Oh, you
hiring
say fuck
in
me
the federal
for?
government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions as
As
opposed
per
to
the Supreme Court.
other matters. Yes, sir.
This is a big deal. Merit. Our country is going to be based on merit again. Can you believe it?
Wow. Merit-based hiring. Just a few days away. Spanish politics going insane over this, please. It's so funny. Good. I hope all the far-right Spaniards and Catalans longing for, like, national, you know, for isolationism, national sovereignty from the EU, and praying for, like, Franco to come back, I hope all of them are seething over this. I hope they all take a moment to reflect on how little they're worth in our eyes, okay? I went to Barcelona. It was beautiful, yes, okay? But you need to know your fucking place. We will have no allies.
Well, this is only half a day. I have another half a day left. We'll see. We want to get it done.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
That's a big one.
Is Elon Musk going to get a West Wing office?
No, he's getting an office for about 20 people that we're hiring to make sure that these get implemented. We have a problem in this country. You sign an executive order, it doesn't get done for 6 months. As an example, when we allowed the J6 hostages to go out, it might not be approved under the old days for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months. You know, they had a good ruling from the Supreme Court, and it's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago, you know that. And it was like they didn't have a ruling. They've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal. Nobody's ever treated people in this country like that.
Mr. President, are you commuting the sentences of anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th?
Well, we're looking at 2 police officers, actually, that Washington police officers who went after an illegal, and things happened, and they ended up putting them in jail. They got 5-year jail sentences. You know the case. And we're looking at that in order to give them we got to give them a break.
But is there clemency in your actions today for anyone?
Well, it would be a
who
pardon.
assaulted
That would be a pardon. The one I'm talking about would be a pardon.
Here you go, sir.
Should there be punishment for the people who assaulted law enforcement officers that day?
Well, I will say this. They've been in jail for a long time already. I see murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed. What they've done to these people is outrageous. There's rarely been anything like it in the history of our country.
Again, the purpose of this is because he wants, or like they want, I should say, because Trump's direct desires are largely irrelevant, brown shirts terrorizing blue states into doing their bidding. And this is like a signal. You can literally assault police officers. If you are doing it in the name of Donald Trump, it does not matter.
And even people that were aggressive, and in many cases, I believe they happen to be outside agitators, but, you know, what do I know, right? But I think they were outside agitators. There were outside agitators involved. And obviously the FBI was involved because Ray admitted
that is what
FBI
happens when federal
Didn't
crimes
he say
are committed.
23
Yeah, typically.
people indirectly or directly were involved, and it was in 26. That's a lot of people. Now we have, we got to take care of these people have been treated so badly. It's never happened before. What happened in Seattle where they took over a big portion of the city? What happened in
sorry about that, guys.
Portland, where they burn down the city every day and people die? Nothing happened to anybody. But they go after these people violently. I mean, they're still going after brand new people. They found somebody else with a picture. There's never been anything like this. And you know, it's almost 100%. Think of this. Almost 100% of the people are convicted. 100%. It's Washington, D.C. People go into a trial and they say, oh, I have a wonderful lawyer and I didn't do anything wrong. And they end up in shackles almost immediately and jail. No, we're not going to let it happen.
About Greenland, you have shown interest in buying
Is he
it,
wrong?
but is there any
No, this is
other
all
option
spitting
that
straight
will
facts.
satisfy you?
About what?
Greenland, instead of buying it.
Finland?
Greenland.
Oh, Greenland. Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy
Mowing
with
the
Denmark,
lawn for all of Greenland?
I think they're
insanely
happy with us.
expensive.
We had
Denmark just isn't up for the task. We got to do
up there
that.
2 weeks ago, and they like us.
That's our burden to bear.
So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us. It's necessary for international security. You have Russian boats all over the place. You have China boats all over the place, warships. And they can't maintain it.
When are you going to be talking to Vladimir Putin?
Who?
Do you plan to meet President Putin, sir?
I'll be meeting with President Putin.
When do you think?
I don't know. I can't. It's being set
When
up.
your first trip foreign trip might be started?
Damn, I gotta get way the fuck more aggressive about day trading in eras like this. The stock of private prison company Geo Group has more than doubled after Trump rescinded a Biden executive order aimed at moving the federal government away from private prisons. Pam Bondi, Trump's nominee for Attorney General, used to lobby for Geo Group. I'm not a big, like, stonks guy or whatever, but sometimes, I mean, it's a bullish market for being evil, you know? Now, would you guys get mad at me if, you know, I made a living off streaming and then suddenly my wealth tripled overnight because I invested heavily in private prisons? Maybe. But would my wealth have tripled? Yes. All I'd have to do is hold until Trump inevitably lowers capital gains taxes, and then I sell, and then I'm set, basically. Since when do you care if we get mad? I'm offended by your implication.
So first foreign trip typically has been with UK, but I did it with Saudi Arabia last time because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of our product. I said, I'll do it, but you have to buy American product, and they agreed to do that. They bought $450 billion. It was the least reported story I've ever been involved in.
And now, where are you planning to go now?
Well, I don't know. If Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500, we'll up it for all the inflation.
Mr. President, you say you were going to end the wars first day. How do you plan to end the Ukraine war?
Well, we're going to try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Do you want to push Israel and Saudi Arabia?
It should have never started. You know, the war with Ukraine and Russia should have never started. It would have never started if I were president.
Will you push Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations?
I don't think I have to push them. I think it's going to happen, but maybe not quite yet. But they'll end up being in the Accords, the Abraham Accords.
President Trump,
I think Saudi Arabia will end up being in the Abraham Accords.
This year?
Could be, but you know, soon. Not in a very long way. Oh, look at that! It says TikTok. My! What is that all about?
First, we have Alaska, sir. This is an executive order relating to unleashing Alaska's potential as an energy reservoir for the entire nation.
And what about?
I love them using the weighted language like unleash its potential when describing the executive order. Like, it not even like opening up permits for drilling or whatever, but it's like, yeah, the maximizing, the unleashing the value and wealth.
War.
I believe that would be included in aspects of the order.
So we're opening up N1.
So on the TikTok piece, President Trump, you and your members of your team now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that anymore?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal, or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless. Worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless, worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion, $1 trillion. So if I
We
do
saw
the deal,
this clip.
I mean, that's one of many ideas I've
The
had.
CEO is now. Did he say that he's open to that idea?
Who?
The CEO of TikTok is around.
Oh, I think he'd probably like it because he's got nothing. I mean, they really have nothing. It's passed in Congress. It gives the president a right to make a deal or to close it. And we have 90 days to make that decision. But I could see making a deal where the U.S. gets 50% of TikTok, polices it.
Polices it.
Or a lot. Depends on them. But remember, they make telephones in China. They make all sorts of things in China. Nobody ever complains about that. Here they're complaining about this. There's so many different products made in China, and nobody ever complained about it. The only one they complain about is TikTok. And TikTok is largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally. But, you know, I went on TikTok.
Because he started using it, yeah.
And I won young people up by 36%, Peter. And Republicans typically don't do too well with young people. But it's a different Republican Party.
Would the U.S. government buy a portion of TikTok then, or how would it get that 50%?
No, you'd take 50% of TikTok for the approval.
You get the talk, not
that
the tick.
TikTok could continue in business. And they'd have a great partner. The U.S. would be their partner. But the U.S. essentially would be paid for doing that half of the value of TikTok.
Would there be a private sector owner as well?
Could be, yeah, it could be a lot. Tell you what, every rich person has called me about TikTok.
You wanted to block TikTok. Why did you change your mind?
Because I got to use it. And remember, TikTok is largely about kids.
This is what no wonder he loves it. This is what I mean about, like, you can't get your panties in a twist over every obvious bit of graft and corruption, because we're like entering the point now where it doesn't matter that he can say stuff like this. Literally, he can just say, like, I didn't like it then, but now I was able to use it to my political end, so now I like it, and it doesn't matter. Like, literally, it's just one blip in a sea of worse shit, to be honest.
Young kids. If China's going to get information about young kids, I don't know. I think, to be honest with you, I think we have bigger problems than that. But you know, when you take a look at telephones that are made in China and all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China, TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half?
I like the implication of this because it suggests that any company whose value is increased by them being able to do business in America is owned by America, which is funny because that's the argument a lot of communists make for the nationalization of industry, that all that industry does is profit off the labor of the worker and the resources provided by the state anyway, so you might as well just fold it into the authority of the state.
Does Biden ever do news conferences like this?
No.
How many news conferences, Peter, has he done like this?
Like this?
None.
0.
And it would be 0 for the next infinity. For infinity, it would be 0.
Mr. President, when you plan to talk to President Musk, going to help implement the executive orders? I think you mentioned implementation in your
Elon, no. Elon is very busy sending rocket ships up to various places with lots of satellites on them.
What is your reaction to the confirmation of Marco Rubio, and what does it mean for Latin America?
Which one?
Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio. You said Marco. Marco
Rubio.
Yeah, I think he's great. I think Marco's doing a fantastic job. I think he's going to get a lot of votes. I think he's going to be at 90% or something. I mean, I'm hearing very good. People know him. They know him in the Senate. They know he's good. He's doing a good job. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know what's going to happen with that. He's got some very strong ideas, though, Marco.
You signed the TikTok order, right? Did you sign the TikTok order?
Yeah.
Yes, that was just signed.
President Marco Rubio's ideas is
Just signed it.
How many did you
still
sign?
changing Venezuela, changing power. Are you still committed with Maduro leaving power in Venezuela?
He got confirmed 99-0. Yeah, of course. I said this yesterday. Marco Rubio is a neocon. He was always going to get approved because he's literally like the least crazy guy in the cabinet. Like, he's evil, but he's the closest that there is to normal, you know? Which, again, the bar has really gone down. 99-0 means Bernie voted to confirm him? Well, no, it means that one senator sat out, right? Or no, would that be... Did one senator sit out, or is that the absence? Is there an absence, or am I thinking about the absence from the House? Vance's vacation. Okay, so Bernie would have confirmed as well. Yeah, there was pretty much like no fight on that one. Libs are trying to say this is what Donald Trump is doing, or like that Joe Biden did do what Donald Trump is currently doing.
And I thought with the state of the nation today is no time to waste, get to work immediately. As we've indicated earlier, we're going to be signing a number of executive orders over the next several days to week. And I'm going to start today. The compounding crisis of COVID, that is COVID-19, along with the economic crisis following that. And
looks the same to me.
Crisis, racial equity issues, and, you know, economy as well. We're doing it. We're going to be, the first order I'm going to be signing here quality is really.
Yeah, that looks about the same. Pretty much conveying the same tone and level of energy. I feel the experience of watching this as a Democrat and the experience of watching this as a Republican are essentially identical.
Well, we're going to find out about that too, because we're going to probably stop buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need their oil.
Another embargo like the first term?
Well, it could be, but we don't want to buy. We don't have to buy their oil. We have plenty of oil for ourselves. So
President Trump.
That'll change Venezuela.
I mean, the main difference really is just the fact that Joe Biden wasn't taking press questions, but Trump is just like casually bantering with some of the people that have been let into the Oval Office. Huge difference.
President Trump, there was a lot of concern about this during the campaign. A question that only works today. Are you a dictator on day one?
No. I can't imagine even being called that. No, I believe in the sanctity of the vote. The Democrats didn't because they cheated like dogs, but I believe in the sanctity, and this was too big to rig. This last election was just too big to rig.
Mr. President,
But,
we live in climate
really
change.
the opposite.
When do you plan to speak to President Putin?
Could be very
You can tell he's bought by Russia because he's saying like dogs as a derogatory. Eastern Europeans love that shit. Westerners don't.
And you talked a bit about Ukraine and Russia, but how long do you think it would take to end that conflict? And
I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out, but most people thought that war would have been over in about 1 week. And now you're into 3 years, right? So he can't be thrilled. It's not making him look very good. Now, eventually, you know, I mean, it's
What
a big
happened to day
machine,
one,
so
man?
Things will happen, but I think he'd be very well off to end that war. We have numbers that almost 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed. About 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers are killed. Russia's bigger. They have more soldiers to lose. But that's no way to run a country.
What did your TikTok order do, Mr. President?
It just gave me the right to sell it or close it. Essentially, with TikTok, I have the right to either sell it or close it. I will make that determination.
He can't sell it.
And we may have to get an approval from China, too. I'm not sure. But I'm sure they'll approve it. And if they don't approve it, it would be somewhat of a
He can
hostile
offer to
act,
buy
I think.
it. How could
But
he
it's
sell
good
it?
for
He doesn't
China
own
if
it.
it gets approved.
Mr. President, so you're not guaranteeing that TikTok will be around after 90 days from today?
No, but it could very well be. It makes sense for it to be, because it's got tremendous value. But if we create the value by approving, you know, in other words, that approval gives it tremendous value. If that's the case, then we should be entitled to 50% as a country. You understand? You haven't heard that one before, right? That's called a joint venture. And nobody ever thought that way before. Well, I don't know. I think you have a lot of people that would be interested in TikTok with the United States as a partner.
Mr. President, what was it like walking into the Oval Office this evening?
Oh, what a great feeling. One of the better feelings I've ever had.
Do you like this town better now than in 2017?
Well, we're very experienced now. You would say nobody's ever had experience like I have. I've dealt with some very good people. I've dealt with some very bad people, and I know who the bad ones are and the good ones are. You know, don't forget, I was very successful in primarily the real estate business. And people used to say, who's worse, a politician or a vicious real estate developer? And I'd always say, you know, the real estate developer is far worse. But after about 3 months and getting to know scum like Adam Schiff and other people like that, I said, no, actually, real estate people are quite nice by comparison.
You said you plan to speak with President Putin soon. What about President Zelensky, and what's your message?
Yeah, I would, but he's told me he wants to make a deal. I mean, he wants to make, Zelensky wants to make a deal. I don't know if Putin does. He might not. I don't know. He should make a deal. I think he's destroying Russia by not making a deal. I think Russia's going to be in big trouble. You take a look at their economy. You take a look at the inflation in Russia. So I would hope. I got along with him great, and you know, I would hope he wants to make a deal.
Mr. President, are you keeping U.S. sanctions on Russia until he makes a deal?
Well, sanctions or tariffs. I think the word tariff is much better because it keeps your dollar stronger, I think tariffs are more effective. I mean, I used sanctions on Iran. Iran was broke. When I left office, Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, none. They were flat broke. And October 7th would have never happened. And I think you all know that. It would have never happened. They had no money.
That's so true, man.
Rich, but, you know, they're weakened in a different way. I would say that the one attack by Israel really set them back. It really set them back. The Pagers and others. You know, the attack on air defense was a
What are we
bad
talking
attack
about?
for
What are you citing now, sir?
It's an executive order relating to reforms to the federal workforce, including to the senior executive service.
We're getting rid of all of the cancer. I call it cancer. The cancer caused by the Biden administration.
Sir.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war.
Man, that didn't take very long, huh? Dude, our timeline is so stupid. It would be like if fucking Reagan took office and then day one he was like, I don't know if I'm gonna get the hostages back, guys. I don't know about that one. Sorry. Hostage deal probably fell through. I don't know. Sorry. Is the ceasefire even real? Probably not. No. I think I saw some clips from later in this bit, but Trump is literally about to start speculating on what nice beachfront property the Gaza Strip has. No joke.
It's their war, but I'm not confident, but I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the 2-state?
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
My mind. You know, Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, the best weather. You know, everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way, right? Most of them are dead. But they didn't exactly run it well.
He literally has no internal narrative coherence. It's incredible. Well, it doesn't matter. The media's already backed down completely. He can just do whatever he wants. He will break every promise he made, and it won't matter because it either won't get reported on, or the media will say he didn't make the promise, or the media will say that he did fulfill the promise. It doesn't matter. Like, there's literally no point. Nobody in America watches shit like this, okay? Nobody does. Nobody cares.
Run viciously and badly. So you can't have that.
Mr. President, on TikTok, sir, do you pause any decision on Chinese tariffs until you know what the resolution on TikTok will be?
No, if China didn't approve it, we could put tariffs on China. Don't forget, China charges us tariffs, and we charge them very little, except for what I did. I put a lot of, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But until I came along, China never paid 10 cents to this country. They ripped us off, and they never paid anything. But, like, if we wanted to make a deal with TikTok, and it was a good deal, and China wouldn't approve it, then I think ultimately they'd approve it, because it would put tariffs on China. Maybe. I'm not saying I would, but you certainly could do that. And if we said, well, if you're not going to approve it, then that's a certain hostility, and we'll put tariffs of 25, 30, 40, 50%, even 100%. And if we did that, I think they'd approve it.
President Trump, you've seen the other living presidents a couple times in the last few months. If you ever had to call on one of them for advice about anything...
Trump envoy floated the idea of relocating Palestinians to Indonesia. Sure, man, why not? Why? Whatever.
Which one would you call?
It's an interesting. Well, I thought Bill Clinton was a very good politician. I don't think he was used properly. I think they disrespected him. when Hillary was running.
This is what's known as Epstein's solidarity, folks.
He came back and he said, you know, you better get up to Michigan and Wisconsin. You remember that, Peter? Every house has a Trump sign on it. And they all laughed at him because the Republicans hadn't won Michigan or Wisconsin for decades, long time. And they all laughed at Bill Clinton. Like, the hell does he know? And he turned out to be right because I won both of them. And then we just won both in this election, too. We won Wisconsin and Michigan and every other swing state. We won all the swing states. All 7. They talk.
Get a fucking water bottle, that's a jug. What, can your weak arms not lift a jug? Is 2.5 liters of water plus the plastic used to contain it too much for you? What, so I can drink less water? The fuck is wrong with you?
About 7
This is why
swing states,
Democrats
we won
lost.
them all. So
It's ugly?
But Bill
Get
Clinton
your
was, he
bitch
had a
ass
great
out of my goddamn chat.
political sense, I think.
You looked like you were having a good conversation with President
The
Obama.
hydration will
I
not
was.
stop.
And you'd like to know what it was? Oh. Everybody wants to know. I know, I wouldn't want to, but we were having some crazy conversation. Why do you asking a question like that? You don't. I don't think you want to know. You might not.
Tell us what you just signed.
You might be insulted.
It's an executive order relating to holding former government officials accountable for unlawful disclosure of sensitive information. This next one, sir, is a declaration of a national energy emergency.
So you also
That's a big one. You know what that allows you to do? That means you can do whatever you have to do to get out of that problem. And we do have that kind of an emergency.
President Trump, at some point will you use your powers of the presidency to tell Americans who are concerned about drones?
Yeah, oh,
few weeks
good.
ago,
Yeah.
what exactly
I will.
happened? Can you tell us now?
In fact, I'd like to know because I just got here.
What do you think?
I just came here. I've been here for what, 15 minutes now.
Do people listening, because this is going out live.
And I got to read this letter too. Because of you, I found this letter.
I can read it for you.
It's interesting. Yeah, I know you would. Your father would too.
But is it anything these drones? Is it anything that people need to be worried
No, I think
about?
it's terrible. I would like to find out what it is and tell the people.
And can you commit to some...
I hate that he's funny. You shouldn't. You should ask, why aren't the Democrats more funny? And no, I'm not joking. We are so done. There are so many things that are just gone now, okay? For one, like Idpol, it's gone. I saw the Smell PhD lady on Twitter getting harangued by this one black woman. Like, the Smell lady saw a black lady call an Indian lady smelly, and she was like, you shouldn't do that. And then that one other black woman was like, I don't know if I like this white woman getting up in our black woman's business, the black woman business in question being racist to Indians. And then the Smell PhD lady posted an apology tweet or whatever. We're done with that. We're done with criticizing Trump over his civility. We're done with pointing out his bankruptcies. Who cares if he's gone bankrupt 50 times? He's the president. Twice. Who cares? None of this works.
In fact, I'd like to do that. Could we find out what that was, Susie? Okay? Yeah, why don't we find out immediately? I mean,
Just focus your hate on the Democrats? No. The Democrats are literally worthless. Like, worth nothing. They're worth nothing. Okay? You need to maintain hard, fell for it again energy. Okay? Where are my $2 eggs? That's the only shit you should be focusing right now. Okay? That's literally all you have. It's all we have. Okay? Everything's about to get a lot worse for literally everybody, except for like 5 dudes. Most of whom work directly alongside Trump.
I can't imagine it's an enemy, or there would have been, people would have gotten blown up all over. Maybe they were testing things. I don't know why they wouldn't have said what it was. They had a lot of them flying over Bedminster, which is interesting, right?
And with the events today and yesterday, was everything moved inside just for cold weather, or was there some kind of security concern?
No security. Because they had everything shut down to drones. You can shut that down pretty easily if you're sophisticated. They're very sophisticated, these people. No, it was just cold weather. And we made a good move because, first of all, I thought it was incredible in the Capitol today. You know why I liked it? Because I got great reviews on that speech. I got great reviews. Can you believe it? They actually were fair.
This is
Maybe the fake news is changing.
unleashing energy production.
Yeah, unleashing energy production. But I thought it was, I think having it in the Capitol is great. It's obviously, you can take care of the people you have to take care of. The city was booming. And if we would have done it outside, people would have been hurt because it was
5 booms
really
out of 5.
cold. You know, it was like, look sunny. But when you stood outside for...
Odds on those two and the Rizzler getting in and meeting President Trump and shaking his hand sometime soon. They are ruthless and Machiavellian with their associations, okay? They were on Fox Business. I feel like they're American treasures, and AJ and Big Justice and the Rizzler, they need to go into the Oval Office and shake hands with President Trump.
For 10 minutes, people were running back in. It was really cold and really windy. The wind brings it down a lot. So we made the right decision. You couldn't have stayed. I don't think you could have had it out. You know how cold it was today. It was, people went out for a little while just to test it. They couldn't stay out more than 10 minutes. They all came back in. So we would have had a disaster if we did that, and people would have been hurt.
The unlawful disclosure, is that related to the Hunter Biden situation?
Which one?
The one on unlawful disclosures by federal officials, is that related?
No, I think it's just more general than that. It's not Hunter Biden. I was surprised.
The Rizzler, Americans have no culture. You fucking dog. You ant. You insect. Costco and everything around it isn't American culture. You people would line up in the cold for hours to get a chance, even the whiff of our get a pallet of 72 gigantic, Lowe's taco seasoning containers or something. It's the most American thing in the world. You're lucky you get to live on the planet that has Costco's.
That President Biden would go and pardon his whole family because that makes him look off my family. I said, if I do that, it's going to make me look very guilty. I don't think I'd be sitting here, frankly. If I did that, I don't think I'd be sitting here right now because I would have shown that you're guilty. But by pardoning his brother or brothers, by pardoning all of those people that he pardoned, by pardoning J6, the Unselect Committee, they destroyed all of the documents. They deleted all of the information. There's no information. And a lot of the information pertains to Nancy Pelosi because she was given 100, I mean, you know this, it's on tape with her daughter. Nancy Pelosi was responsible for not taking advantage of 10,000 soldiers or 1,000. You wouldn't have you could have used 400. It was a relatively small crowd. It wasn't the crowd that was at the mall. It was a small crowd. So I was a little bit surprised that he did it because it makes him look guilty. I mean, he's going to have to live with it. Now, with that being said, it's unbelievable precedent it creates for a president. But the precedent is unbelievable. Now maybe every president that leaves office, they're going to pardon every person they ever met. So they don't have some lunatic like deranged Jack Smith, who's a total lunatic, by the way. Not a smart guy either, he's a dummy. But we beat the hell out of him. And it helped my reputation.
Do you think you have to do the same thing at the end of this term?
Well, I guess now I have precedent to do it. I wouldn't want to do that. No, I think it makes you look very guilty. I think it makes Biden look very bad, very weak, and very guilty. And I mean, he pardoned everybody. How about this J6 committee? Why is he pardoning them? The reason is because if you delete and destroy documentation.
Just to be clear, by the way, like everything he's saying here is bullshit. I hope I don't have to, we're past the point of that being like a necessary, like, oh, did you know Trump's lying? Wow, really? Like, yeah, it's obviously this is all bullshit. He just is looking for excuses to target the people who participated in the investigation of January 6th. By the way, which they didn't even do anything about. Rather than Merrick Garland just crushing Trump with charges, they were like, what if we were gay and waited 2 years and then had like a PowerPoint presentation? Great.
Everything. They have nothing. because they were guilty as hell. They rigged it. It was a rigged deal. And when you do that, they look very bad, but
they should call it the Gay Six Committee? That's true.
Liz Cheney,
That's pretty
she's
true.
a
That's pretty
lunatic.
clever.
And she lost by the greatest margin in the history of a politician running for Congress, like 40 points. The reason it was the greatest is because anybody losing that badly is going to drop out. But she's a nut job. She doesn't drop out. You know, she just keeps chugging forward. And she lost by almost 40 points. That's the biggest number anybody's ever lost by. But why would Biden do that? He pardoned her and pardoned everybody. The reason is that they destroyed documents. And if you're even in a civil case, which this wouldn't be, I mean, people go to jail for a long time for doing that. What's this one?
That's Unleashing American Energy, sir.
Unleashing.
Relates to easing permitting processes and other regulatory systems to ensure that we can produce energy efficiently to drive the American economy forward.
President Trump, looking around the office, we noticed some changes from the way that Biden had it set up. Can you confirm that you have added back the Diet Coke play?
I think this,
He's like, is this
First of
a
all, I
joke
just got
here?
here. So my people came in. They have extraordinary decorator sense, right? Let me just see some of the pictures. Oh, that's a good one. I could live with him. I could live with George Washington.
I saw Jenny Gridley. I don't think
I
it's
could
going
live
to
with
matter.
Thomas Jefferson. I could live with most of them. They took a very safe route. They don't have any bad ones up there.
Withdrawing from
What is this one?
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir.
Ooh, that's a big one. So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it. China with 1.4 billion people. We have 350 to pay. We have, nobody knows what we have because so many people came in illegally, but let's say we have 325. They had 1.4 billion. They were paying 39 million, we were paying 500 million. It seemed a little unfair to me. So that wasn't the reason, but I dropped out. They offered me to come back for 39 million.
This is
theory,
quite
it should be
bad.
less than
Yes.
that, but, you know. And
500
when
million
Biden
is
came
literally
back, they
nothing.
came back for 500 million.
Yeah, next to the 500 billion that he's proposing for AI investment, apparently.
He knew that you could have come back for 39 million. They wanted us back so badly, so we'll see what happens.
Mr. President,
Pretty sad though, think of it. China pays 39 million and we pay 500 million. And China's a bigger country.
Mr. President, you spoke about inflation today in your remarks. What actions are you taking today that will have a direct impact for Americans on their everyday costs to bring the costs down?
The biggest thing and factor for inflation is energy. They screwed up my energy policy, and then they went back to it. You know, they hurt it really badly, and then they went back to it, and they started drilling more, but by that time it was too late. Many of these...
Internationalism is decaying right in front of us. Well, political internationalism is. Economic internationalism is still doing better than ever, you know? The goal here is to use these puppet states as like, to do like a little theater game where you get people really, really revved up about America versus China, America versus Mexico, Greenland, whatever the fuck. You get them really, really invested in this big, like, you know, puppet show. When in reality, all of it is being done to enrich the billionaires on both sides of the ocean, you know? People will accept the standard of their life getting worse, their living quality getting worse, if they think that it's being done to protect them from, you know, evil Chinese autocracy or whatever. But the same people are making the money. No, I get you, Bolshevik. I'm just yes-anding.
Things that we're signing and that Doug Burgum is going to be signing, and Chris Wright, who's phenomenal, you know, Department of Energy. We're going to be taking a lot. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We have more than anybody else. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We're going to make a lot of money from tariffs. You know, European Union charges us. They have a VAT tax of 20%, but it's really much higher than that. And that's the equivalent, almost the equivalent of a tariff. And they're tough. They're very tough. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take almost anything. And yet we take their cars and we take their farm product. We take a lot from them. So, we have like a $300 billion deficit with the European Union. So we'll straighten that out with either tariffs or they have to buy our oil. The one thing they can do, our oil and gas, the one thing they can do to catch up quickly, buy our oil and gas.
Will you travel?
And they should do that.
Will you travel to China this year?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I've had the invite.
President Xi
I would do it. Yeah, I would do it.
Talking about the European Union and the tariffs, like, what do you mean when you say that European Union country like Spain is part of BRICS?
That are what?
BRICS.
Oh, BRICS. No, I was talking about BRICS. BRICS is 6 nations. I think it's 7 nations. And they were looking to do a number in the United States. And if they do that, they won't be happy about what's going to happen to them.
Are you still considering a universal tariff, Mr. President, on all countries?
I may, yeah, but we're not ready for that yet. We may wrap it, because essentially all countries take advantage of the U.S. We don't make any good deals in the U.S. It's amazing in a way that we exist. We don't make good deals. We don't have any good deals. We have a
winding
deficit
down.
with almost, not all. There are a couple I won't tell you.
Is he going to pull out of NATO by executive order?
Because I don't want them to find out about it because they'll feel stupid. But there are
I think he might threaten to, but I don't think he's actually going to move
there are a couple of countries
out
that
of
actually
NATO.
Don't make money with us. But I don't want to let you know because they'll immediately change that. But we're gonna do. I tell you what, our country has an amazing economic future. I really believe that.
Okay, it seems like he's entering the weave, and we're pretty much done with the interesting stuff. Yeah, so that was the end of yesterday. After the after I ended stream, and we still have some stuff to cover because I want to talk more about that $500 billion. My bad. That he is investing in AI because that's important. Facilitating the wealth transfer. Let me take a piss super quick, and after that, we'll talk about it. Okay. Congress made it so the president alone can't leave NATO. Yeah, but Republicans control Congress. So, I worry sometimes about this jacket being too big, but I kind of like it in like a boxy, oversized fit. Okay. Wear jeans for the full Canadian tuxedo. I think the full Canadian tuxedo has to have a denim shirt as well. Because otherwise, like, jeans plus denim jacket isn't that exceptional. It's not that uncommon, Wish I could piss that fast. I'm pretty talented. I won't lie. Oh yeah, before we get to this part, I should say that if you've been watching the stream, you enjoy it, and you're not subscribed, you should fix that. Especially since it's a very real possibility that in the near future, there is a massive rollout of left-wing or anti-left-wing censorship. That could deprioritize people, reduce their prominence in the algorithm. Everything the right wing complained about with regard to like censorship of their content was fake, demonstrably fake, but this time it is already real and will get more real over time. So, hopefully we don't get sent to the Shadow Realm, but in the meantime, do what you can to make sure that you have access to the media that you care about. Where's the thing that I was looking for? Where's the thing I was looking for? When are they giving this announcement? President Donald Trump on Tuesday will announce investments worth $500 million. But I thought that was supposed to be at 4. Is it at 5? The press conference still hasn't started? Okay, then I guess we'll have to wait a second. Stargate press conference. That doesn't bring up anything. Watch live. Okay, is it live? Waiting for PBS NewsHour, January 21st at 1 p.m. It's 1:40. Motherfucker never gets anything done on time. Jesus Christ. He's late to everything. It's day 2. Expected to speak at 4 p.m. EST. I thought it'd be done by now. Or ongoing by now. I thought I was going to be late to it, if anything. He gets off on making people late. Well, he's making some billionaire oligarchs late, so we'll wait on that. What else is on the docket? We'll clear this. What do I care about? What do I care about? Canada is planning to get Congress to impeach and remove Trump in February by cutting off all energy supplies to the U.S. We'll see if it happens. I will see if it happens. I don't think it's likely. Eric Adams interviewed by Tucker Carlson out tonight. I don't care. No one likes Eric Adams. Not even the right likes him. The only reason they like him is because they are like on principle pro-corruption, and Eric Adams has been kissing Trump's sweaty asshole for a long time now. I just don't give a shit. Wow, grifter's gonna grift? Don't fucking care. Who linked this? What is this?
Dude, I might actually take Marsh with me to Gaza.
Who is this guy?
Oh.
Gaza?
Yeah.
Marsh, you can say no.
I already asked him. He said yes.
Marsh, are you serious? Look.
I'm not going to Gaza.
I was not asking you to go to Gaza.
Okay, what if I did want to go to Gaza?
If Hassan goes to Gaza, there's a very real possibility that I will become the largest Western leftist streamer. So, you know, out of self-interest, I'm not going to push against it. I will say, however, it's a good content opportunity, but like, the IDF has straight up killed on video very prominent journalists. You know, I'm not even saying it's like a bravery thing or anything. It's just like, phew, I'm sure he'll take some appropriate precautions, but
There's
no way. You don't want to go to Japan. Why would you go to Gaza?
Well, I don't like that I'm not invited now.
You know what? You're not invited to Japan either.
I do kind of have a little bit of FOMO, Cutie and I both.
We want to go to Gaza.
We want to be invited.
Okay, well, it's not like a fun trip.
Well,
Anyway.
Why did you say it like it was a designer brand?
Yeah, we're gonna be.
I want to go to Gaza.
I mean, if we, you know, I'm working on it right now, but who knows what'll happen?
Hassan, is it dangerous?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why are you going?
I don't want to go.
You should.
What do you?
I'm worried about you.
No, you should go.
And Marsh. No.
Why did you say it like that?
Well, now that I've heard that it's dangerous.
Oh, that's crazy.
Hassan, seriously, you should consider.
I also was
alternatives.
Maybe.
I mean, pretty soon YouTube and Twitch are going to make it illegal to be left of Mitt Romney. So, I don't know. Just hastening the process, I guess. Pretty crazy, though. Hassan's surrounded by brainlets. What the fuck? Don't insult Austin's show like that. He's a cool guy. Oh. Good luck. Forbes article. After a TikTok ban, is gaming overlord Tencent the next target? No. The only reason TikTok was targeted by the American right is because they didn't like the fact that they didn't have control over it. Every other social media company that's relevant in the United States, you know, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, is, you know, an American holding. They have the ability to exert pressure on the owners of the website to get them to adjust their algorithm, curtail content, ban certain people. And while TikTok America has been, you know, compliant to an extent before, they want to exercise great control over TikTok. I mean, literally, we just finished watching Donald Trump say that he's interested in owning the United States owning half of America's TikTok wing, which would essentially turn it into state-controlled media where the Trump administration could broadcast whatever they wanted through it or implement any rules they wanted. It's just about media control. It's not about like a principled opposition to Chinese ownership of stuff or Chinese companies, you know? Our economy is dependent on China. China's economy is dependent on us. So yeah, so no, they're not going to go after Tencent. They're not going to get after League of Legends. They want the data being mined. It's not even them wanting the data being mined. They already have the data. I promise you, the US government has more data than they know what to do with. It's not a matter of the data, like what they want. It's a matter of complete media control. They don't want to have, like, look at what's happening to the rest of social media, right? Zuckerberg is full on right wing now, and censorship is going to be rolled out through, you know, through the Meta platforms. Twitter's a Nazi app, you know. YouTube is sure at some point to follow to varying extents. You know, what exactly will happen, we don't know. Twitch, obviously owned by Bezos, who bent the knee to the Trump administration. They don't want TikTok to be like the one app where young people go to, like, I don't know, dab on Israeli war crimes or whatever. They want total control. But it's not about controlling Chinese investment in general. You get me. TikTok is being censored. Yeah, because right now TikTok America is putting effort into trying to kowtow to the current administration. China does not mind Trump being in at all. The CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, wants to, more than anything else, promote its billionaire class. So does the Trump administration. Our countries are economically intertwined, so naturally, there is a shared interest there. Capital is international. It's not the 1930s anymore. In the 1930s, the vast majority of the economy of a country was domestic, you know? If you wanted to, you could move shit from, like, Germany to Italy via the Alps or whatever. But if you, like, the real economy is kept domestic. Nowadays, massive financial systems and exchanges, abstractions beyond imagining. No one can follow what's going on, but it's definitely international. So yeah, TikTok will also become an agent of the Trump administration to the extent that it hasn't already. Maybe that's not enough for Trump. Maybe he wants more. Maybe he tries to force a buy. Maybe he goes through with the ban. Maybe he's just trying to play hardball. So the TikTok America wing will be even more compliant with the Trump administration, you know? But yeah, you're going to see more and more censorship, content removed, all across social media. And it's going to happen to YouTube, and it's going to happen to me. It's going to happen to everyone. It's going to happen to all of us. But no matter how much they censor, I don't know, discourse of transgender people on social media, they cannot eliminate trans people because no society has ever existed without trans people. No matter how much they make it illegal to say, where are my $2 eggs? They can't make the eggs not $2. Or I'm sorry, they can make it not $2. They can't make it $2. You know, they cannot erase the underlying material facts. They can only paper over it with censorship. And this has happened in many regimes before, and it happens in many regimes today. It's not new. It's just going to be rough. And they're not going to ban League of Legends. Yeah, sorry. It is crazy how much Tencent owns. League of Legends, Valorant, Arcane, obviously, Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, Grinding Your Games, Path of Exile, 29% shares of Epic, Fortnite, Unreal Engine, minority stakes in Ubisoft, Bluehole, Remedy, Platinum Games, and more. It's crazy. So the fucking gaming monopoly. Anyway, I don't expect much to change there. Again, it doesn't matter where the money is. I was a max Town Hall 8, by the way. That's not good. And you shouldn't talk about that. Global fascism might be worth it if they ban League. Not to the people who are voting in global fascism. They'd hate that shit. You think they're going to go after Genshin? What does that even mean? I mean that sweaty gamers like Trump. Do you expect HRT for adult trans people to be banned? Yeah, I do. You might want to look up. I would never endorse DIY HRT because that would be immoral. Google DIY HRT so you can learn how not to do it. I don't know that it would get past the Senate, so there's that. It's fucking who cares? Literally, who cares? They ever gonna go live with this, man? PBS is still holding on the live broadcast. It hasn't even gone live. Jesus. Hey, don't link that shit, moron. Yeah, well, they will, Mech might. I'm so annoyed right now that he's nearly an hour late to this thing that I want to make a segment out of. I'm getting peeved, man. They're peeving me. They're peebling me. Hey, quick question, by the way. For people who do mobile viewing, how does the size of chat look to you when you're on your mobile devices? Like when I have it in this mode or like this, is chat legible? Tiny? Massive? Right, that's great. That's great. Too big? How can it be too big? On YouTube, it's fucking small. Yeah, I mean on the screen. When you're in the main view, it's really big. When in the segment view, it's really small. Is there that much of a difference in the text size? That the text size is almost identical. Look. It's the text is the same size. I might shrink the chat so I can make the text a little bit bigger in the future. Like I might make it a little bit more legible. Completely unreadable on your screen. I guess I can do that right now. Hold on. What's this? Oh, back from when I had the shadow thing. Well, we don't need that anymore. Remove. Remove. Put it back. Properties. And then I guess I would just keep it 1100 in height. No, I'd make it 1000. I'll shrink it down to 1000. So if we put it to 500 like that. Like that? That looks a lot more readable to me. Is that like that? I feel like that's probably a decent improvement, right? Because it also increases the size of the drop shadow. So it gives it a little bit more pop. There is a drop shadow, Y4Nush. It's a bit more readable. I want a new font. You're not getting a new font. This font is good. Legibility mean? Yeah, what else would I be talking about? Legibility. What if we tried to up it even further? I don't know, aesthetic? Well, I suppose. What if I hit it, rather than 500 width, I hit it to 460 and height to 920? Like that. That has got to be readable on mobile. That's got to be readable on mobile. I like that way better. On mobile, it looks good, IMO. Okay, that's good to know. There are so many like little OBS tweaks that I haven't been doing for a long time, mostly because I suck. But I'm trying to be a little bit more aggressive with it. Okay, now to do the same for this, because it matters more. See, oh wow, see how much smaller that is now, like in comparison. That is a huge difference. Okay, let me bring this up as well. I'll do the same proportional change in the size of the Okay, remove the old shadow. Take out the site chat from there. Okay, there we go. Remove that folder because that's old. We don't need that anymore. And then for the browser site chat, we can, let's see. Properties. Oh, this is a square. Okay, that makes it easy. So rather than 600, 600, we can make it 450, 450? It does mean less of chat will be visible at a time. No, I want it wider. Okay, hold on. I'll change only the height then, not the width. That's too much? Yeah. Let me make the width 550. We wide, we pride. We wide with pride. What about that? Do you think that looks good? You can see less of chat, but, you know, I don't think that people are following all the essay posting all the time when watching in, like, mobile or whatever. Can you make it transparent? That would not be good, I think. The hardest part is the white websites and the white text of chat on mobile. Yeah, but the only way to fix that would be to have a whole UI element when we're looking at things through browser, you know, that like provides a background to chat, you know? I think this is better. We can do a little bit more tweaking in the future. How about that? Make it a little smaller. Okay, yeah, we'll consider this. And it's still somewhat legible over white. The only way to fix this would be to have a shadow under the entire chat section, which I don't really want to do. Unless I do a full UI update, which I'm thinking of doing. I'm thinking of maybe having, like, my camera out a little bit and a little smaller, because my cam's pretty darn big, normally. Maybe making the actual box a little bit like more zoomed in, so you see more of my face and less of my chest or the microphone, and having like a border around the screen. I'll have to think about it. I'm definitely changing the little box around my camera, though. I don't think I care about the little V with the little TV static icon down there. I don't care about that. I think Northern Lion's face cam is too cropped. My issue with Northern Lion's face cam isn't even that it's cropped, like what you can see of the face. It's that you can't see his hands. Like, I gesture a lot, you know what I mean? So if I don't have a wide view, I can't really do this, you know what I mean? One benefit to the fact that his is square, though, is that I think it helps him with making shorts, because it means his face can take up a larger proportion of the top of the screen while in portrait mode for the YouTube shorts. But, you know, there's always upsides and downsides. I do like having a bit of width to my camera when in this desktop view, though, because I like more of my body showing. Can you ask NL for a template of the black rectangle or the black square border? I think that, you know, I'm not a professional artist, but I think I'll have the chops to fix it up a little bit, you know? I think I might be able to do a little bit of work. Hopefully get something a little bit, you know, in that ballpark, quality-wise. Man, he's just not coming out here, huh? They're having a big oligarch gluck session in the back room. It's a fucking hour. It's been an hour. It's day 2. Can we see the cat now? You don't need to be annoying, man. Why are you being annoying? I know you want attention. I know that, like, people are lonely. But you don't have to be annoying. Get your own cat if you want to see a cat 24/7. It's cold. My cats are probably sleeping. They're sleep maxing right now. I think, like, here, let me try to frame myself a little differently here. So I have, for my camera, I have a mask, a border, and the camera itself. All of which are kind of like, see, I can move it around like so. And maybe if I, like that looks a little better to me. We don't need quite as much space on top of my head, but I'm also slouching. If I'm not slouching, like that. Is that good? It'd be a good practice to just avoid slouching more in the future, to have a camera position where if I do slouch, it looks like I'm not filling the frame properly. I mean, I should be sitting with good posture anyway, you know? Do I need this for the future of my streams? I put effort into this. That being said, probably not. Yes? I'll keep it around. Play Cruelty Squad. Cringe? What the fuck do you mean cringe? As a man with a bad back, do you have chair recommendations? Yeah, unironically, unfortunately, you need a very expensive ergo chair. That's what I've learned. Oh, also a footrest. A huge amount of the problem that you have with keeping good posture in a chair is that your feet are too far forward. You need a footrest. You can get one off Amazon for like 20 bucks or whatever, just a foam thing to place your feet down on and keep them still. You need that. Yeah, massive. That's more important than the chair, to be honest. Like, you need a good chair, but that part's really important. Yeah, to go through the entire chair arc and then to end up getting the purchase, which is the Herman Miller Aeron, is pretty funny. Should have just listened to the people talking about it to begin with. One day he'll show up. You can get really good refurbished office chairs that are affordable at BY. Yeah, if you live in a decently sized city, there is probably a local refurbished office supply store that has high quality chairs. After a business goes defunct, they bulk sell all the chairs they used, you know, to try to get a little bit of money back on their investment. And you can usually pick it up like relatively cheap there, basically undamaged, like office chairs that were used in conference rooms, you know? Except ergo chairs are like running shoes. After some time, you need to replace them. Yeah, but ideally, it should take a while. Also, avoid chairs that are only comfy because of foam. And this is also applying to running shoes, okay? Foam breaks down. Foam just sucks, dude. Foam is good if you want running shoes like that cushion you while you're running on concrete or whatever. If you want something that lasts, and you do with an expensive chair, you don't want foam. You want a mesh back. Not only does it help more with heat dissipation so your back doesn't get sweaty, but it will help enormously with keeping the chair's shape over time. Like, this chair has no foam in it. Just mesh. If you really want to add a cushy, like, foam to it, just, like, buy a pillow, you know? You can buy foam, you can buy a pillow, you can buy, like, a blanket or some shit like that. You know, and that you can exchange for, but not one where it's like an integrated part of the chair. Same with beds. I'm not as up on bed tech, to be honest with you. Isn't it all about memory foam these days? Purple is amazing. I've heard that, despite all their obnoxious advertising. Man, this is never happening. Oh, okay. At least fucking AP News has the video out. I mean, we'll wait. He's not out there yet. They just have the video running. Quick commentary on the horse painting. Isn't that Teddy Roosevelt? It is, right? He was famous for his horseback antics. Does it Mars Harbor? I'll have to burn it. He's never coming out, man. Read any good books lately? I am illiterate, and it is ableist of you to ask me that question, and I don't appreciate it. Oh. Okay. Bro popped through the wrong door. He's looking for the bathroom. What? That was Sebastian Gorka, wasn't it? He's got such a freak face. So how's the weather? Cold in a lot of America, is what I'm hearing. Including in Seattle, but not as cold as it is in Baton Rouge. Cold and snowy. There's a mystery Dem senator who's defecting to the Republican side. I wonder who that is. Yeah, the obvious guess is Fetterman, but it could be like any one of them because like a lot of them don't believe in anything. I mean, literally, like, who cares? You all are going to be so embarrassed. You're all guessing that it's Fetterman, and then it turns out to be Bernie Sanders. You're all going to be like, damn, I prejudged Fetterman because he's fat and stupid and ugly. That'll show you. He's an independent. He caucuses with the Dems. Do you think Sebastian Gorka really did think that was the bathroom? Thoughts on the Guna side? I think it's crazy that guy didn't at least attempt to make a podcast or complain about getting canceled. He showed his dick to a drive-thru worker, got filmed doing it, killed himself. Like, he didn't even... Like, he could have done the... If he had gone and talked to, like, Andrew Tate or whatever, or yeah, Joe Rogan, why not? You know? He could have made a crypto coin. He could have been like Goon Coin or something for all you gooners out there. And then he could have rug pulled. He could have made more money off this than he'd ever made in his entire life. Kind of sad. So much wasted potential. Even the Fresh and Fit guys could have helped. Oh, for sure. Oh, they would have had him on for sure. Might be possible that he, you know, showed up to a parking lot naked because he was going through a psychotic break. No, wasn't there multiple, like, he was known for doing this? It wasn't like a one and done thing. It was like a, and then he immediately drove off when they saw that she was recording it, when he saw she was recording him. That wasn't a psychotic break. That's a sexual offender. Like, that's why she was recording, you know? Never got dudes who flash people. Shit is so weird. It's just about making women feel like shit. It's not a sexual gratification thing. It's like, I have power over you. I can fuck up your day by doing this and it doesn't affect me at all. It's the reason why people always ask this. People are like, why are guys just sending me dick pics in my DMs when I will never engage with them or respond to them? And some people are like, oh, I bet they want you to humiliate them by calling it small or something. It's not that. I mean, not that for most of them. It's overwhelmingly just they know they can fuck up your day and they're so desperate for the attention of women, even in a negative way, that they'll do that. It's like female streamers. Like, there will be guys in chat being like, show your tits. Why do they say that? Like, they're not going to show their tits. You're just annoying her. But the annoying her is the point. It's to show that they're not like people like you. Like, they're vulnerable targets, you know? Man, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. What's going on now? Oh. It's not just men, it's all people. no, that style of sexual harassment's like a 99%, man. That is like, that of the kinds of sexual harassment out there, that one is skewed massively. And the reason is their goal is to harass and intimidate and beleaguer and make your day worse. But men don't feel harassed when women talk to them that way. So there's no point. Like, if there was a woman who, like, wanted to engage in the same behavior, they couldn't do so, because if a woman flashed a guy in public, the guy'd be like, oh. The guy wouldn't, like, feel flustered and embarrassed and outraged that the woman could do that. So there's no parallel in the potential for it to be used as a vehicle of harassment, you know? No, they straight up grope you. Well, that's a different kind of thing, but that's also bad. Where do sports streakers fall on the spectrum? I mean, you probably shouldn't streak at a sports game, but I don't know if that's really the same thing. Sports streakers are looking for attention, but I don't think they're thinking like, I am here to fluster 20,000 women and I don't care about the men. You know what I mean? I don't think it's the same thing. Like, the only parallel there is that there's nudity involved, but I think the intentions are very, very different. Also, no one streaks anymore. Yeah, because now if you streaked, like, every fucking wine mom within the tri-state area would be calling for your head. They would say it's like grooming or some shit. We used to be a real society. It's obviously different. If you go to a sports game with, I don't know, like your wife or something, and some streaker runs across the field, you know, you're like, oh, that's funny, haha. But if some guy flashes your wife his dick on the subway, you're not like, oh, haha. Like, obviously it's completely different. Streaker? Like a person who runs naked across the field. I'd knock that MF out. Well, then you're assaulting him. You have to counter flash, you know? The best way to fuck up a flasher's day is to, like, step in front of them, between them and the girl they're flashing at, and flash them and be like, yeah, I love this. I'm here for this. Because that'll fuck their day right up. They're like, God damn it, you made it gay. Yeah, you have to assert dominance. You know that thing UFC fighters do before, when they're doing the weigh-in and like the pre-match media hype up, where they get their faces really close together and it looks like they're gonna kiss, but they don't. Like the two guys are like their faces are 1 inch apart. You have to do that, but with flashing to intimidate them. You know, you have to get really like tip to tip. What's even the point of flashing? If you've been paying attention for the past couple minutes, we've been talking about that. Just making sure this is still a live feed and not me having hit pause in the video. How late is he? 1 hour and 17 minutes on day 2 of this administration. What are your favorite movies? American Psycho, because he's Sigma. Fight Club, because that's how I think about the world too. I also imagine laying strips of venison on abandoned highways. Whiplash, the old bald dude, was funny. Really liked how much he cared. Really enjoyed Black Swan, because because Natalie Portman's like, you know, you see a lot of her. She's like kind of hot, you know. 7, because of the, you know, it's like, you know. How do you feel about the Joker? I didn't get it. Have you seen the second one? No, but I really should. 12 Monkeys. Well, 12 Monkeys. 12 Monkeys is very good. I haven't seen it in a while, though. You know what movie I liked that a lot of people trashed? Looper. Looper was like really fucking stupid, but there were some decisions made in it that I thought were pretty kino. Like, obviously, if you try to like dissect the plot and the logic of it and so on and so forth, like, yeah, they even make fun of it in the movie. But I think there were some parts of Looper that hit pretty good. Whoa! Stop pretending to get jump scared. Apparently the Constitution's been removed from the White House website. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Joker 2 is actually kind of Kino. Yeah, what if it is? And you know what? What if Megalopolis is really good? I haven't seen it, but what if it's actually really good? It isn't? Well, what if it is? Why the fuck didn't the guy just shoot his hand in Looper? Man, I don't know. Don't worry about it, okay? I kind of hate that the Joker got caught up in the culture war discourse, because it was a good movie. It's just now it's embarrassing to say it, like it's always a joke. Like how Fight Club is a good movie. Like it is a good movie. You know? It's just, it's caught up in the whole rigmarole. Oh, finally? Please? Yes!
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, man.
Some very familiar
Right
faces.
on time.
Well, thank you very much, and it's an honor to be here
Why,
today.
are you kidding me?
We have first full day this term, but we're going to have
There we go. It was desynced.
an even better second term, and I think we're going to do things that people would be shocked at. We're starting off with tremendous investment coming into our country at levels that nobody's really ever seen before. They're very happy with the fact that I won the race and that they feel confident in their investments.
I am. The
And it's big
dialectic
money
moves
and
forward.
high quality people. So my first day back from having a nice life, it's my honor to welcome three of the world's leading technology CEOs. And
Bring in the
in the
oligarchs.
case of Larry Ellison, it's well beyond technology. He's sort of CEO of everything. He's an amazing man, an amazing business person.
Literally
To announce
day
the
two.
largest AI infrastructure project
Here's
by
the
far in
oligarchs, you
history,
know?
and it's all taking place right here in America. As you know, there's great competition for AI and other things.
It's
and,
provided so much value
they're
to
coming
society.
in at the highest level. We're joined by Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison, SoftBank CEO, my friend Masa
Horrible fits in all of them.
Yoshi-san, and CEO of OpenAI,
Look at
and
these
I
trousers.
would say by far the leading expert based on everything I read, Sam Altman. So that's great that you're coming in together. That's a massive group of talent and money.
Hi, Sam
Together,
Altman.
these world-leading
Welcome back.
technology giants are
Nightmare rotation,
announcing
yeah.
the formation of Stargate. So put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it. In the
Stargate,
future.
like
A new
sci-fi?
American
Soy.
company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States and very, very quickly.
Literally, like day two, before anything else happens. This isn't just an executive order or anything. This is like literally first priority of this administration, $500 billion to tech oligarchs. Right, just like that. Like literally, no. Oh yeah, man, it's for AI infrastructure. Yeah, dude. Oh no, not like the infrastructure you can actually see that contributes to the salaries of thousands and thousands of construction workers. No. This infrastructure, it's much less transparent. It does nothing for anybody. It brings a lot of money into like the top 3 fucking oligarchs.
Moving very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately.
No.
This monumental undertaking is a resounding declaration of confidence in America's
Look,
potential.
he's not even, this isn't even his idea. He's literally just reading from the script. There's none of the bombast that you normally get. Remember when he was signing the executive orders and he was yapping about it? He was given this.
Under a new president. Let me be a new president. I didn't say it, they did. So I appreciate that, fellas. But it'll ensure the future of technology. What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor and others are competitors. We want it to be in this country, and we're making it available. I'm going to help a lot through emergency declarations because we have an emergency. We
They
have to get
probably
this
funded
stuff
his
built.
campaign. This is what's owed.
So
Yeah.
they have to produce a lot of electricity, and we'll make it possible for them to get that production done very easily at their own plants if they want, where they'll build at the plant, the AI plant, they'll build energy generation, and that will be incredible. But it's technology and
Yeah, sorry. Your decrepit, urban decay blighted cities will continue to suffer from potholes. Real infrastructure is canceled. Nothing will be improved for you ever. However, we will be opening up new power plants solely to power AI, which does nothing for anyone. No one's life is improved by it. But don't worry, okay? All that non-improving society costs a lot of money, and it's going to go right to the top.
artificial intelligence, all made in the USA. Beginning immediately, Stargate will be building the physical and virtual infrastructure to power the next generation of advancements in AI, and this will include the construction of colossal data centers, very, very massive structures. I was in the real estate business. These buildings, these are big, beautiful buildings. Are going to employ a lot of people. And physical campuses and locations currently being scouted.
Trying to ad-lib where he
They're
can.
making their choices of locations. I think they have their choice. I'd like to ask Larry, Sam, and Masa to say a few words and just talk about a little bit about what they're doing. And if you have any questions, and then we'll go into a couple of other
This is so normal when a president has an infrastructure project that is defined by the companies that it's providing money to, and then you just have the owners of those companies step up to the podium after the president leaves to give their pitch. That's super normal, you know? Rather than like a broad distributed package for specific goals, this is just an extremely generalized, the government will just give these guys money.
Projects also, but this is to me a very big thing. $500 billion Stargate project. I think it's going to be something that's very special. It'll lead to something that could be the biggest of all. So,
wow.
Larry, maybe we'll start with you and we'll go down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We certainly couldn't do this without you. It would simply be impossible. AI holds incredible promise for all of us, for every American. We've actually been working with OpenAI for a while and with Masa for a while. The data centers are actually under construction. The first of them are under construction in Texas. Each building's 500,000 square feet. There are 10 buildings currently being built, but that will expand to 20 and other locations beyond the Abilene location, which is our first location. The kind of applications that we're building, to give you an idea, maybe the most charismatic and the one that I think touches us all is electronic health records, not just maintaining electronic health records, but by looking at electronic health records, understanding the condition of doctors, better understanding the condition of their patients, and being able to provide healthcare plans that are much better.
Hey guys, you ready for your private medical records to be used to train the software? Let's fucking go. Hey guys, we got a solution to rising healthcare costs, okay? What if you just talk to ChatGPT? Huh?
Better than they otherwise would be. A doctor in Indian River Reservation would be able to see how a doctor at Memorial Sloan Kettering would treat the patient, or a doctor at Stanford would treat the patient. We actually provide all of that information, all of that guidance to the doctors who are treating cancer patients or
Can somebody, by the way, find for me where anyone is saying where this $500 billion will come from? Can somebody please tell me? I would really appreciate somebody telling me. Because the text that I'm seeing from CBS News is executives from the companies are expected to say they plan to commit $100 billion initially and pour up to $500 billion into Stargate over the next 4 years. And the problem with that is that this is public money, so for executives from the companies to say they plan to commit $100 billion initially seems like it, I don't know. I guess there's just like a limit to how open I expect them to be with this, but
patients with any other kind of disease made possible by AI. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm going to pass it to Masa, but this is a very exciting program for Oracle to be a part of. Thank you.
That's good.
This is the message from OpenAI. Okay, but like, where's the money coming from? The Stargate project is a new company which intends to invest $500 billion over the next 4 years building new AI infrastructure for OpenAI in the United States. We will begin deploying $100 billion immediately. Who's we, motherfucker? The initial equity funders in Stargate are SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and MGX. Then why are you at the White House? Oh, I'm sorry. Is this just 4 corporations getting together to engage in mutual investment on a new project? Why are you at the White House then? Would you mind explaining to me what you're doing at the White House? If the public's not involved. They're not even mentioning public money here. This is insane.
That's great. I feel tall now.
Am I misunderstanding this? Is there not any public money getting invested? Did I like mishear? Did I mishear this? Is there no public money getting invested? And it's just, they're just announcing this at the White House for some reason?
Thank you.
Like the way Trump talked about it certainly made it seem like this is public money.
Well, Mr. President, last month I came to celebrate your winning and promised that we will invest $100 billion. And you told me, oh, Masa, go for 200. Yeah. Now I came back with 500. Because this is the, as you said yesterday, this is the beginning of golden age of America. This is one great example, I think, right? We wouldn't have decided to do this.
I think so.
This is the beginning of golden age. We wouldn't have decided unless you won.
Okay, I am legitimately losing my mind. Where is the money coming from? The Reuters article says Trump to announce $500 billion in AI infrastructure investment, sources say. Where the fuck is the money coming from? The way OpenAI talks about it, they make it sound like the government has nothing to do with it. But here Trump is announcing it. From the companies themselves. Yeah, Trump to announce up to $500 billion in private sector AI infrastructure investment. Through what? And why does OpenAI not refer to it? Is this the level of oligarchy that we're on? We're not even going to get to know how much money is public and how much of it is private? Like, they're not even going to do the standard military-industrial complex thing of just letting the money, like, it goes to the Pentagon and then it falls into a hole somewhere and somehow all the, like, contractors end up wealthier. We're just literally not even going to know where the investments come from. I guess there's, like, no distinction anymore.
And yesterday, we agreed, we signed to make this happen. Because of this day. So
Paragraph 4, they're funding it and Trump is there to make it look pretty. Okay, the companies say they are the ones providing equity, but other articles are saying that Trump is announcing it. And as an infrastructure investment. Trump is maybe just there to claim credit? He's announcing it. He did just announce it. You understand how this language is insanely ambiguous, right? It's just a fucking ad.
We would make this happen. We would immediately start deploying $100 billion with a goal of making $500 billion within next 4 years, within your term, right? Because of your success. So,
again, like, does this not sound like it's public money? We're $100 billion initial investment. We're looking for $400 billion more over the next 4 years, thanks to your success. What?
We are very, very excited to do this, and our partner is
of course, SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and additionally investing partner with MGX. On top of that, we have the technology partner NVIDIA, and of course, Microsoft has been very, very supportive to SAM and continue to support all our success. This is not just for business. As Larry said, this will help people's life. This will help solving many, many issues, difficult things that otherwise we could not have solved with the power of AI. I think AGI is coming very, very soon. And then after that, that's not the goal. After that, artificial super intelligence will come
fucking Christ.
to solve the issues that mankind would never ever have thought that we could solve. Well, this is the beginning of our golden age. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Sam.
I don't have too much to add.
Fuck you.
But I did want to say I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America. I think this will be the most important project of this era. And as Masa said, for AGI to get built here.
How much of this is anti-China posturing? All of this is anti-China posturing.
Create hundreds of thousands of jobs, to create a new industry centered here. We wouldn't be able to do this without you, Mr. President. And I'm thrilled that we get to. I think it'll be an exciting project. I think we'll be able to do all of the wonderful things that these guys talked about. But the fact that we get to do this in the United States is, I think, wonderful. So thank you very much.
I'm telling you, man, public money is wrapped up in this somewhere. I refuse to believe otherwise. The articles, even OpenAI said, hoping to invest up to 500 billion. They don't have that kind of money. That'd be insane. Invest 500 billion? What are you looking to build, a moon? 500 billion? No. This is graft. This is not just a private venture. This is a public-private venture. I guarantee you. Remember what I said the other day? That now that new technological developments are basically not improving humans' lives anymore. We're not inventing dishwashers anymore, folks. Most of our modern economic production is finding ways to make you pay the same amount or more for stuff that's already been around. How to make, toothbrushes decay easier or toasters break sooner. It's about getting you to continue to spend money even though your fundamental needs are already met or could be met. AI is the perfect money sink. A nebulous, undescribable, unhelpful nonsense invention that does nothing but strip people of their wealth and give excuses to strip them of further wealth. You can just dump infinite money into it. Who fucking cares? And the fossil fuel industry loves it because it takes a lot of AI to run these training centers, a lot of power to run these AI training centers. So the more you invest in AI, build these data centers, the more money gets to circle around these contracts, the more of it goes right up to the top.
Say one word. I hear so many positive things about what it's going to do for medical research and for solving things, cancer and all the different problems. How will AI help us with the fight against the various problems, diseases, etc.?
These guys can maybe share more about some of the work they're doing there. I think they'll jointly be some of the leaders about driving progress here. But I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate.
It's a good thing IMO. Sorry, Vosh. That's okay. At the IQ you're likely to be replaced sooner than me by the large language models. So, I'm fine with, as long as you're closer to the fucking meat grinder than me.
We will be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer and that one and heart disease, and what this will do for the ability to deliver very high quality healthcare, the costs, but really to cure the diseases at a rapid
Maybe
rate.
he is a large language model. I genuinely do not think it's a coincidence that whenever I say anything anti-AI, I always get, literally every time it happens, new chatters in VGG whose only position is that they love AI and think that I'm wrong on it. That's literally the only thing they come in to talk about. I genuinely do believe a lot of them are just any one of the millions of bots that just swarm the internet looking to manufacture consent. How do you reconcile American tech companies' domination over international competitors versus capital is international? They don't care about China getting data. It perfectly works because the threat of Chinese AI gives Western AI tech CEO, like tech folks, the excuse to get bajillions of dollars invested into their companies, and likewise over there in China. It's the same thing. Over in China, they're like, oh well, to compete with it's the same thing that the Soviet Union and America did with their military industrial complexes, respectively. Like the threat of the foreign nation gave both of them the excuse to ramp up spending, up to the moon. Lol, cure heart disease. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. For years now, people have been screeching about the potential benefits of AI in medicine. You know what? It's not what this shit's getting used for, man. Okay. Who's had their cancer cured by AI? No one. Who's had their online experience ruined by a flood of chatbots, their planet worsened by increasing energy use in order to train these language models, their privacy degraded by the training of those models? Me, everyone. Yeah, everyone on Earth, okay? I'll believe it when I see it.
Great. I think will be among the most important things this technology does.
Great. Very good. Thank you.
Answer that question, Mr. President? So we're currently working on. Should I step on this? Okay. All right. No. I'm not that tall.
Are you a Luddite? The Luddites were literally the correct ones. Look up Luddites on Wikipedia.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the most exciting things we're working on, using the tools that Sam and Masa are providing, is a cancer vaccine. It's very interesting.
What?
It turns out, I'll be quick, all of our cancers, cancer tumors, little fragments of those tumors float around in your blood. So you can do early cancer detection. If you can do using AI, you can do early cancer detection with a blood test. And using AI to look at the blood test, you can find the cancers that are actually seriously threatening the person. So we can, again, cancer diagnosis using AI has the promise of just being a simple blood test. Then beyond that, once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate.
I'm just going to put my foot down in this and ignore everyone in chat who disagrees with me. He is literally making this up. This is not real. He is just saying this because he wants money. That's it. Lying to appeal to shareholders, lying to inflate the perceived share value of your company. That is the only thing these motherfuckers know how to do. He's doing it right now. It's fake. It's just fake. It's just bullshit. Incoherent nonsense. This should be illegal. This kind of shit, lying to investors and to the public, completely fucking fake.
Them against that cancer. And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again, using AI in about 48 hours. So imagine early cancer detection, the development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer aimed at you. And
this shit must go so hard for stupid people.
Have that vaccine.
And this is, by the way, this is the real public-private partnership, okay? This, not only is it money, it's PR. Now Trump gets to give these tech oligarchs like the gift to their investors of being like, the saviors of the nation, and these guys get to inflate their portfolio.
Available in 48 hours. This is the promise of AI and the promise of the future.
Voshman, what makes you so confidently say that there's no medical benefit to be gained from AI when there's so many research papers done by scientists much more versed in the subject that you say otherwise? Hello, person who just joined the chat. Wow, you've only said one thing, that, and you've said it twice. There's not even a point in talking to you. You're not real. I swear these really are bots. They are. They can do this now. They've been able to do this for a while.
Thanks.
I bet all of you are bots.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just 1 second. We'll finish up. But These are highly respected
Oh,
guys.
yeah.
I was shocked with Larry because I don't even think Larry does this stuff. You did a very good job for a guy that doesn't do it much, right? But he's so respected, and the group, and it's really an honor. But for Larry to be here and do this is
New
very
counselor,
unusual,
please.
because he doesn't do this stuff. He doesn't need it. He does, and you don't need it, do you? Huh? You don't need it. But I just I think it's an honor to the country. It's a great honor that this group, these are the top people, that they're going to do it, and they're going to do it here, and we're going to make it as easy as it can be. A $500 million Stargate project comes in addition to
Billion.
a separate pledge between
Not million, billion.
100 and 200 billion dollars from, as we know, from Masa that we talked about before. Also 20 billion from DMAC, which was great, and we have many others that are coming. Some I just
Researchers are looking into diagnosing cancer through blood tests instead of biopsies. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm familiar with that. That has nothing to do on the insane claim of 48-hour gene sequencing, develop a vaccine to kill all the cancer in your body. That's absolute nonsense. That's just straight there are people in chat, and you want to pretend you're smarter than me, and I get it. You need your dubs. These are dark times. I get it. You read a paper that says something kind of like it, and you want to tell me. I know. I'm aware. Okay. Scientific news is one of the only kinds of news I can keep up with and make me feel good sometimes. I'm aware of the developments. Not all of them, I imagine, but at least enough of them. That's not what was just said. You don't need to attend the speech of a snake oil salesman and go, well, actually, there have been some studies that rheumatoid arthritis has been treated via this. I mean, that's not what he talked about, but like there are some studies about, like some versions of some things that he said could be interpreted to be true. What are you talking about? Just put the snake oil in the bag.
just announce it. It's easier, but with some, I know them and they're so highly respected, I'd rather do it this way. Many would like to do it this way, but we're letting the world know what's happening. This is money that normally would have gone to China or other countries, but in particular China. In total, before the end of my first full business day in Washington in the White House, we've already secured nearly $3 trillion of new investments in the United States, and probably that's going to be 6 or 7 by the end of the week. Tremendous amounts of money are coming in for many things other than even AI. AI seems to be very hot. It seems to be the thing that a lot of smart people are looking at very strongly. And our country will be prospering like never before. I think that's true, and it's going to be the golden age of America.
Yeah, Rekishu, exactly. It's just really important to remember that so far, every claim made by these people has been a fucking lie. All of it was. Cryptocurrency did not replace traditional currency. Everything that cryptocurrency was meant to do, it has failed to do. Web3, total bullshit, you know? All the, like, literally everything these tech guys, these Silicon Valley tech dipshits have tried to push as like a revolutionary change in the way we handle things. The metaverse, yeah, all of it, every single promise they have made has been a lie. Over the past decade, nothing has changed. Your life has gotten worse since a decade ago. At least most of you, I'm willing to bet. None of their big developments have done anything. They've made the internet less reliable. Was that how they pitched it? They were like, yeah, generative AI will give us the ability to make social media worthless because you never know if you're interacting with a human being. It'll be able to fool all bot detection so that everything can be gamed online if you just have the money to get the bots assembled to do it. Also, it'll make a bunch of talented artists quit their jobs.
Yesterday, we had the most ambitious, action-oriented day of any administration in history. No, there's never been a first day like yesterday, as you know. I signed a sweeping slate of executive orders to stop the invasion of our borders. I launched a government-wide effort to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life and bring down the cost of energy, magnificently bring it down. And when energy comes down, Larry, I'd say generally speaking, when energy comes down, everything else comes down. The prices of food and the prices of everything else come down. Energy is that's the big baby. And we declared a national energy emergency to drill, baby, drill, our term that we use. We're going to drill, baby, drill like never before. We ended destructive DEI mandates across the federal government and returned our country to a merit-based system and a common sense system. As you know, the Supreme Court gave us a decision on merit, where things in this country can be based on merit.
Are we
now
just back
instead of
on the weave now?
A lot of different
Oh, he goes
rules,
on for a while.
regulations, and things that really put our country at a big disadvantage. We permanently stopped government censorship and restored free speech. That was signed yesterday. We were Sam and Masa and Larry for being here. It's an honor to have them. And we'll take a few questions if you want.
Some of the executive orders, you would agree that it's never acceptable to assault a police officer.
Sure.
Right? So then if I can, among those you pardoned, DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Well, I don't know. Was it a pardon? Because we're looking at commutes and we're looking at pardons. Okay, well, we'll take a look at everything. But I can say this. Murderers today are not even charged. You have murderers that aren't charged all over. You take a look at what's gone on in Philadelphia, take a look at what's gone on in LA, where people murder people and they don't get charged. These people have already served years in prison, and they've served them viciously. It's a disgusting prison.
I will say, from the perspective of the average voter, it feels like he did more on day one than Biden did in 4 years. Not factually true, but that's how it seems. Yep, yeah, 100%, yeah. Because the Democrats are weak, inept, don't take credit for their victories, never use the bully pulpit, refuse to brag ever because it would be uncivil, and then meekly kowtow to criticism, whereas Donald Trump is Donald Trump. Yeah. Who could have guessed that politics was in large part about popularity?
Horrible. It's inhumane. It's been a terrible, terrible thing. I also say this. You go to Portland, where where they wrapped police officers, shot police officers, nothing
it's all
happened
burnt
to
down.
anybody. You go to Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city and people died. Portland, a lot of people died. Wait a minute. And you go also, take a look at Minneapolis, because I was there and I watched it. And if I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city wouldn't even exist today. People were killed and nobody went to jail. So these people have already served a long period of time, and I made a decision to give a pardon. Joe Biden gave a pardon yesterday to a lot of criminals. These are criminals that he gave a pardon to. And you should be asking that question. Why did he give a pardon to all of these people that committed crimes? Why did he give a pardon to the J6 Unselect Committee when they burned and destroyed all documents which showed that they did what was wrong, not me? Wait a minute. Why did they give a pardon to all of his relatives, his brother who made millions of dollars, to all these different people? He gave pardons. That's the question you should be answering. All right, go ahead. Yeah, please.
If I can just follow up with that really fast?
No.
I just want to ask
Go ahead.
You said you will
Distract. Yeah, it's I know people have been waiting on this moment for almost a decade now, but you are never going to have a, oh, the tigers ate my face moment. Like, pointing out Trump's hypocrisy isn't going to do anything. I'm sorry, they don't care. Like, you need to understand how much they don't care. They don't care. If they cared about hypocrisy or him lying, they would have cared by now. Like, it's not like he only just started this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Your meeting with Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, did you reach any conclusion on this one big?
Pretty much. I think we have a good situation now. It's been in some ways made simpler by Los Angeles because they're going to need a lot of money. And generally speaking, I think you'll find that a lot of Democrats are going to be asking for help. So I think maybe that makes it more one-sided. I think we're going to do very well. Look, we're going to take care of Los Angeles. I'm going there. I'm going to North Carolina, which has been abandoned by the Democrats. And I'm going to North Carolina, very importantly, first. I'll be there on Friday. And then I'm going from there to Los Angeles. And then I'm going to Nevada. And I'm really going to Nevada to thank them for the vote, because we won Nevada overwhelmingly. And that's usually a Democrat vote. And I just want to go there to thank the people of Nevada for the big vote. So we'll be making that. Yeah, please.
The leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers were freed following their pardons yesterday. At the time back in 2021, you urged them to stand back and stand by. Is there now a place for them in the political conversation?
Well, we have to see. They've been given a pardon. I thought their sentences were ridiculous and excessive. One of the guys took down a flag that was an anti-American flag, and he was given years in jail. I don't know the exact number, but he was given many years in jail. I thought it was very excessive. And at least the cases that we looked at, these were people that actually love our country, so we thought a pardon would be appropriate, yeah.
Mr. President, is it also true in your conversations with Republicans today that you asked them to consider recess appointments for cabinet officials?
I think, yeah, if it's needed. I don't think it's going to be needed. Marco, as you know, got passed overwhelmingly with 99-0, which is pretty amazing. Marco's going to do a great job, Secretary of State, but he just got, I guess he was the first one and just got approved. That's some vote, 99-0, and the nothing was a vote that he would have gotten if we wanted to do it. But you know whose vote that was? Who's doing a great job right now as vice president.
Did you also talk about some sort of a trade or a deal involving wildfire relief in extension for a debt?
Well, what I really want to have done, I was talking about this with the guys back in the Oval Office. Los Angeles has massive amounts of water available to it. All they have to do is turn the valve, and that's the valve coming back from and down from the Pacific Northwest, where millions of gallons of water a week and a day, even in many cases, pours into California, goes all through California down to Los Angeles, and they turned it off. It's off now. The valve goes, it turns toward the Pacific Ocean, and all that water goes pouring into the Pacific Ocean. If they did what I told them to do, they wouldn't do it because politically they didn't think it was good. I think it's great politically.
You know what would be a good industry to invest in? Fish stonks. Because in some areas of the country, the wildlife, the ecology is going to be devastated. He's talking about, well, he's lying, but to the extent that he's telling the truth, he's talking about like there are certain levels of fresh water moving through rivers that we reserve for ecological purposes. And he's saying like, well, rather than doing anything to fix the shortage of water, like the Colorado River gets drained of more water than it has, you know? And he's, you know.
I think they're dead politically. What they've done, they've destroyed the city. What they've done to that city is unbelievable. The sprinklers, their sprinklers in there like these right here that you see, none of them had any water in them. They didn't have any water. The fire hydrants, 40% of them had no water. The brush was just dry. Everything was dry. The sprinklers on the lawn weren't allowed to even be used. So, you know, everything was dry, and it was an inferno. They created an inferno. So we're demanding that they turn the valve back toward Los Angeles right now. It's not even believable that they haven't done it. Just so you know, they have a valve, and it turns like, think of a sink, but multiply it times many thousands of times the size of it. It's massive. And you turn it back toward Los Angeles. Why aren't they doing it? They either have a death wish, they're stupid, or there's something else going on that we don't understand.
Why don't they just turn the valve? Are they fucking stupid?
That they're throwing away to be used for California. And that includes the farmers of California. You know, when you drive up north, you see all of the land. I couldn't believe it. I was with Devin Nunes when he was a congressman and some other congressmen from the area, and we're driving up and we're on the highway, and I keep looking at these farms, and the land is bone dry, and then you'd see an acre, about an acre or 2 acres.
Is the median voter stupid enough to believe this? Yes.
Green plants growing in it, the most beautiful you've ever. It's rich stuff, and you look at the soil, and it's so rich. That soil is almost the equivalent to like Iowa soil. It's phenomenal, but it's got no water. But the reason it has no water, I said, do you have a drought? No. I said, what do you mean you don't have a drought? Look at the thing. It's dry as a bone. The reason.
Remember what I've said multiple times about having an emergency cache in your house in case things get really bad, especially if you're in the, interlacing artifacts. Huh. I haven't seen that in a while. They must be using an older camera to, that's kind of cool. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Look, one of these, yeah, we're going to get like a Dust Bowl situation eventually. So I would strongly recommend being ready for that, you know? And don't live in Los Angeles or the Southwest if you can help it. It would literally take like one bad weather event to knock water out to like 50 million people.
You have like an acre is because they say you can farm 1 acre but no more, because they didn't want to waste water, but they throw the water into the Pacific Ocean. These people are crazy. So we're going to be issuing an executive order demanding that they immediately let that water come down through California. Farmers, even people living in Beverly Hills. Now, those people have been a lot of them are wiped out. Believe it or not, they were having restrictions, Larry, you know about this. They wanted to restrict you to 38 gallons of water a day. That sounds like a lot, but it's not. When you're a rich person and you like to take a shower.
I actually remember this. The city handed out little 5-minute shower timers to everyone, to every household, to be like, hey, take these little 5-minute showers, as a way of like, you need to be responsible with your water, but we, the city, don't.
38 gallons doesn't last very long. And they have all this water, and it's really good water. Up high, Pacific Northwest, some comes in from Canada, a nice country, by the way, comes in from Canada, and it comes all the way through California, and they're restricting it. You even have the half pipes, the half pipes, the cut pipes, big ones, bigger than this room, and they're going all the way down, and they're bone dry, and they could be loaded up with water. No, but isn't it incredible that they don't do it? And it's to protect the Delta smelt. It's a fish that's doing poorly anyway. But I said, how are you?
They're doing it to protect this fish, folks. This is not a good fish. The fish is doing very poorly anyway. Never really liked that fish. Nobody seems to like them. Not very popular. Why don't they just turn the faucet on? No one's gonna miss it.
Protecting the Delta smelt by not giving it water. It's a fish. It needs water. Nobody can answer that question.
President, TikTok, Mr. President.
Well, let me do this first.
Are you open to Elon buying TikTok?
Is it?
Are you open to Elon buying TikTok?
I would be if he wanted to buy it, yeah.
And on your inauguration,
I'd like Larry to buy it too. I have the right to make a deal. So the deal I'm thinking about, Larry, let's negotiate in front of the media. The deal, I think, is this, and I've met with owners of TikTok, the big owners. It's worthless if it doesn't get a permit. It's not like, oh, you can take the U.S. The whole thing is worthless. With a permit, it's worth like $1 trillion. So what I'm thinking about saying to somebody is buy it and give half to the United States of America, half, and we'll give you the permit. And they'll have a great partner, the United States. And they'll have something that's actually more valuable because they have the ultimate partner, and the United States will make it very worthwhile for them in terms of the permits and everything else. But so think of it, you have an asset that has no value or has $1 trillion value. It all depends on whether or not the United States gives the permit. So what I'm saying is let the United States give the permit, and the United States should get half. Sounds reasonable. What do you think?
Sounds like a good deal to me, Mr. President.
Yeah, he can afford it too.
Mr. President, you're a president who has long said that you back the blue, but aren't you sending the message that assaulting officers is okay with these pardons?
No, the opposite. In fact, I'm going to be letting 2 officers from Washington Police, D.C. I believe they're from D.C., but I just approved it. They were arrested, put in jail for 5 years because they went after an illegal, and I guess something happened where something went wrong. And they arrested the 2 officers and put them in jail for going after a criminal, a rough criminal, by the way. And I'm actually releasing. No, I am the friend of more than any president that's ever been in this office.
If, this is a week ago, he said, if you committed violence on January 6th, obviously you should not be pardoned. Why is your vice president wrong?
Well, only for one reason. They've served years in jail. They should not have served, excuse me, and they've served years in jail, and murderers don't even go to jail in this country. And we had 1,500, we have 16 under...
The crazy thing is I bet this isn't going to shake his support with cops at all. Like 0%. shaking of that. Because all these cops who already support him are going to be like, well, obviously those cops shouldn't have been stopping those guys because that was actually based in red pill what they did at the Capitol, you know?
Review, as you know, we commuted about 16 of them because it looks like they could have done things that were not acceptable for a full pardon. But these people have served years of jail, and their lives have been ruined. And in many cases, listen to me for a second. Stop interrupting.
He's not getting invited back.
They served years in jail.
You're out of the press pool.
And if you look at the American public is tired of it. Take a look at the election. Just look at the numbers on the election. We won this election in a landslide because the American public is tired of people like you that are just one-sided, horrible people in terms of crime. You don't talk about all the people that have been killed and what happens to those murderers. Murderers get no time. You take a look at some of these DAs. They go after political opponents, but they don't go after people that shoot people in the street. They're caught. They know where they're living. They know everything. They don't even go up to pick them up anymore. They just let them live there. They know all about it. They have their pictures. They have the tape of the shooting, and they don't even go up and you're talking about this. No, we pardoned people that were treated unbelievably poorly. In the history of our country, there's never been anything take place like this.
This is just going to be a 4-year press conference, isn't it? Really makes you reflect on how fucked up it is that the Democrats forced us to accept a senile candidate who could not talk in public. They had to hide him even from members of his own party, you know? Donald Trump is essentially Biden's age, and Donald Trump, he's been an incoherent dipshit the entire time, but he can still hold press conferences.
Still looking for them, but they're not looking for the murderers, the people that are killing everybody. We are, though, and we're getting them out of the country. We just started that. We're getting them out of the country, and they're going to be gotten out of the country fast. They came in illegally.
We should remove the Biden
and
emotes.
from prisons. They killed
many
people. Some of them killed many people.
They're a worthless stain and irrelevant in the broader context of American history. It's not even a matter of it's not even a matter of like, oh, well, it doesn't matter that they're not president anymore. It's all of the, I'll keep Sleepy Joe. At least that's representative. Emote removal. I can do that. I have power. Final spam.
Percent of them killed more than one person. They were released into our country. That's what we're focused on, not the kind of nonsense you're talking about.
You've called for a ceasefire in Ukraine. If Vladimir Putin doesn't come to the table to negotiate with you, will you put additional sanctions on Russia?
Sounds likely.
And do you think that the war should be frozen currently?
The war should have never started. If you had a competent president, which you didn't, the war wouldn't have happened. The war in Ukraine would have never happened if I were president. But that couldn't happen because the election was rigged. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, there's been some debate within your orbit over whether or not to keep or eliminate H-1B visas. What's your position on that? Do you want to keep H-1Bs or do you want to get rid of them?
I like both sides of the argument, but I also like very competent people coming into our country, even if that involves them training and helping other people that may not have the qualifications they do. But I don't want to stop. And I'm not just talking about engineers. I'm talking about people at all levels. We want competent people coming into our country. And HB1, I know the
literally H-1B visas facilitate like the bringing in and the exploitation of hundreds of thousands of people to replace American jobs. Bernie Sanders wants to put a stop to this. Donald Trump doesn't because his tech oligarchs benefit heavily from it. Sorry, everyone who wanted a white nationalist utopia. You will continue to have Indians taking tech jobs. Why? Because it's more profitable for our corporations that they be here. That's it. That's all that matters.
Very well. I use the program. Maitre d's, wine, experts, even waiters, high quality waiters. You got to get
high quality waiters. Oh my God! Hey, here's your fucking based in red pilled glory, return with a V, white civilization. Waiters? They don't make waiters here in America anymore. They don't make Americans who can do that. We need H-1B visas. We need to bring them over. We need to bring them from India. Incredible.
Get the best people. Now, then you go into people like Larry, and he needs engineers, and Massa needs, and this gentleman needs engineers like nobody's ever needed engineers, right? So we have to have the quality people coming in. Now, by doing that, we're expanding businesses, and that takes care of everybody. So I'm sort of on both sides of the argument, but what I really do feel is that we have to let really competent people, great people come into our country, and we do that through the H-1 program.
To impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico in an effort to force negotiations sooner on USMCA?
No, it's really not on USMCA. It has nothing to do with that. They've allowed, both of them, Canada very much so, they've allowed millions and millions of people to come into our country that shouldn't be here. They could have stopped them, and they didn't.
Unlike the people we do want in here, which is Indian waiters. I'm sorry, it's just so funny. Again, keep in mind, I'm pro-immigration. I just think that if you bring somebody into America to work a job, they should be in America, not be like deported if they lose the job. Like, I just want them in as regular immigrants, you know? But he's like, oh yeah, you know I was based in red pilled and being anti-immigrant and only the best and so on. But we need, we need the H-1B visa program in case we want waiters. Like, it's just so transparent, man.
And they've killed 300,000 people last year, my opinion, have been destroyed by drugs, by fentanyl. The fentanyl coming through Canada is massive. The fentanyl coming through Mexico is massive. And people are getting killed, and families are being destroyed. I mean, the son gets killed, and the family is a basket case for the rest of their lives. I mean, I've seen mothers that thought they'd heal. They never heal. They say it gets worse with time. It gets worse with time. They lose their boy. They lose their baby. They lose their young daughter to fentanyl poisoning. And I had that talk with President Xi the other day, too, of China. I said, we don't want that crap in our country. We got to stop it. I would have stopped it. I had a deal with him where he was going to give the maximum penalty, which in China is the death penalty for drug dealing. And he was all said he was going to give the maximum penalty to fentanyl dealers. If they send to the United States, they were going to get the death penalty. And of course, Biden didn't pick that up. I had that deal all done. It was all wrapped up. We were going to have it done. And then the election went, let's put it nicely, didn't go the proper way. I'm trying to be nice about it. It was rigged. And we had an incompetent president elected, and he never followed up on that deal. But he should have followed up. Because if they got the death penalty, they wouldn't be sending fentanyl to Mexico, Canada, and other places.
How much will the
We're thinking about that too. We're talking about a tariff of 10% on China based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada.
How soon on those tariffs?
Probably February 1st is the date we're looking at.
Yeah, we'll see.
For Mexico and China, we're talking about approximately 25%.
Update on the Gaza ceasefire, and are you planning to travel to the Middle East soon?
We're thinking about going to the Middle East, not yet. We have a thing called the hostages are coming back going on right now, and they are coming back. Some of them have been very damaged. You look at the young lady with her hand practically blown off. You know how that happened, right? Did you know how that happened? When you find out, you're not going to be too happy because it was terrible. But the hostages are starting to come back. If I weren't here, they wouldn't be back ever. They would have never come back. They would have all died. If this were done a year earlier, if Biden would have done this deal a year and a half, 2 years ago, or frankly, it should have never happened. October 7th should have never happened. Nobody should be dead. But through weakness, they allowed it to happen, and then it was a disaster from them. But you go back just 6 months ago, many of these young people were living. Young people don't die like that. They're just dying. And young people aren't dying at 22 and 23 years old. They don't die. But now they're dying, and you wonder why they're dying. They're being killed, and they have been killed. But they say 6 months ago, you would have had 11 more living hostages. Think of that. 6 months ago. but Biden couldn't get it done, and it was only the imposition that I put on as a deadline that got it done. But it's a very sad situation. It should have never happened. I'll tell you, 2 things should have never happened. 3 things. Inflation should have never happened. It would have never happened, except for what they did to energy and their crazy spending. And Ukraine would have never happened. Never. By the way, Russia never would have gone into Ukraine. I had a very strong understanding with Putin that it would have never, ever happened. He disrespected Biden. Very simple. He disrespects people. He's smart. He understands. He disrespected Biden. And also, the Middle East would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. It would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. But it did happen. So this is the cards I've been given. And we're getting the hostages back. That would have never happened under Biden. They would have never come back. They were just dying not that slowly. They were dying or being killed. But that was what was happening.
Are you going to keep
Can
sending
we exit
weapons
the
to
weave?
Ukraine, or are you going to turn off the tap soon?
Well, we're looking at that. We're talking to Zelensky. We're going to be talking with President Putin very soon. And we'll see how it all happens. We're going to look at it very soon. One thing I do feel, the European Union should be paying a lot more than they're paying because under Biden, I mean, we're in there for $200 billion more. Now, it affects them more than it affects us. We have an ocean in between, right? Little thing called an ocean. The European Union should equalize. We're in there for $200 billion
What's the weave?
more than the
Only he
European
can really
Union.
describe it.
I mean, what are we, stupid? I guess the answer is yes, because they must think so. But the European Union takes advantage of us tremendously on trade, and they now take advantage of, and always have. If I didn't get involved years ago, my first term, one of the first things I noticed was that they're not paying enough. They're not paying. And a lot of those countries weren't even paying. The NATO countries, they weren't paying. Only 7 out of 28 were paying. We were one of them. And Poland was one. And they had a few of them that were paying, and some were paying very proudly. Usually, the closer to the borderline of Russia they were, the faster they paid, okay? The ones that were further away tended not to pay so fast. And one thing on that, I think they should lift their number not to 2%, but to 5%. NATO should be at 5%.
Jesus Christ.
Not at 2%. 2% is ridiculous.
Me when my only job as head of state is to convince people that it's needed for more money to go to the military-industrial complex.
Yeah.
The U.S. President Xi, in your conversation about Ukraine, you asked him
To be clear, we don't meet that requirement. The United States, we don't make that requirement.
Involved in helping settle that. Can you tell us about that?
I did, yeah. I said, you ought to get it settled because he's not done very much on that. He's got a lot of power, like we have a lot of power. I said, you ought to get it settled. We did discuss it, yeah.
You launched a crypto coin the other day. Do you intend to continue selling products that benefit yourself personally while you're president?
Well, I don't know if it benefited. I don't know where it is. I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful. I haven't checked it. Where is it today?
You made a lot of money, sir.
How much?
Several $1 billion, it seems like, in the last several days.
Several billion? That's peanuts for these guys.
They're putting him in the oubliette.
So you talked about the letter from President Biden. Can you give us some sense, broadly speaking?
Yeah, he wrote me a nice letter. I mean, I did open it last night. And I didn't know. Peter said, did you get the letter? I said, wait a minute, let's see the letter. It's sort of a tradition. You put it in the drawer, especially of the beautiful Resolute desk, right? And I opened the drawer, and there it was. It said to number 47. And it was a very nice letter. I mean, I could show it because I think it was a nice letter. Maybe I will. I think just basically it was a little bit of an inspirational type letter, you know. Enjoy it, do a good job. Important, very important, how important the job is. But I think it was a nice letter. I think I should let people see it because it was a positive for him in writing it. I appreciated the letter.
Mr. President, were security concerns at all a factor when deciding to move your inauguration indoors?
No,
not at all. No, not at all. It was just cold. Look, if we would have, you know, I just went out to the helicopter, right, we said goodbye. That's a tradition. As long as before it used to be a stagecoach. and then helicopters came along. But that's been a tradition. You go out and you do that. And we stood there for 10 minutes, and I'll tell you what, people would not have been able to get through that day. That was cold. It was sort of interesting. Don't let the sun fool you. Tell me something. Sunny days can get very cold, can't they? Because that was so freezing yesterday. You couldn't have gotten through it. It would have been. And the answer is no, it wasn't security. With that being said, I thought the Capitol, the Rotunda, was beautiful. 72 degrees.
We got to be on the way out, man.
Sound. You know, it's like being in an opera house. I could see people wanting to do it there rather than outside.
Will that take place here, and when and where will you meet with
I don't know. I mean, look, President Zelensky would like to have peace. He's told me that very strongly. Body. And you have young soldiers. So Russia's lost about 800,000 tariffs on China. I've taken in for tariffs.
Executive order that opens up federal lands for data centers and energy production?
No, I wouldn't do that. That sounds to me like it's something that I would like. I'd like to see federal lands opened up for data centers. I think they're going to be very important. Again, we have a lot of competition for that. So it's an honor to have these three great people, great CEOs and great geniuses, all three. It's an honor that they want to come to our country, but we're going to make it as easy as we can for them because other countries want them to. I'm going to have to go now. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Do you have TikTok on your phone?
No, but I think I might put it there. I think I'll get it right now. By the way, again, we won the young vote. I think I won it through TikTok. So I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Jesus, man. Welp. Haven't we had fun? I see Ken Klippenstein, like 5 minutes ago, shared something that was leaked to him. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State Marco Rubio's memo to U.S. diplomats focuses on curbing mass migration, stopping censorship, eliminating DEI. Okay, yeah, pretty much what you'd expect. It's all just so painful. Yeah. All right. Well, if you enjoyed the stream, like and subscribe so that before the oligarchs shut us down, you can enjoy some more content. I'm going to read donations before going. God almighty. Yeah, we're in the cool zone. We're in the cool zone. We are in the cool zone for sure. And we'll be back tomorrow too, obviously. Not sure if I want to do a morning stream or a night stream because there was an event at 6 p.m. PT tomorrow. I don't remember what it was. Can somebody remind me? But till then, let's read donations. Stupid Dog 83, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. Quentin Zorn, thanks likewise. The Hat Man, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. That's right, an interview with Sean Hannity, I think. Pastun, thank you for the $5. I spent the last couple years getting a master's in engineering. I don't even want a job anymore. I want to fight fascism. You're not going to be very useful in fighting fascism if you don't have a job, I'm afraid. So you'll have to focus on that too. Leafar, thank you with the $5. Miyazaki, a Japanese veterinarian, is curing feline kidney disease. Well, I wish he'd hurried it up a little bit more. Porifera Proficient, thank you for the tier 3 sub. It's a lousy time to have sold my soul to Uncle Sam, FML. Hey, listen, okay, when you get deployed to the Levant to protect the oft-bombed real estate developments as they crop up on the, on the coast of the West Bank, I'll be praying for you, just so you know. Even if I say a lot of really mean stuff about you publicly, privately I'll be praying for you. Xantera and Buried Alive, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. The state capture happening in the USA is horrifying, and I'm saying this as a Hungarian living in such a reality for a decade now. Good luck to all of you. Yep, I mean, the GOP is modeling this off of what happened under Orban, so, we'll see how accurately they match it. Deep Sea Fission, thanks the tier 1 sub. Yeah, I don't think they're going to go after Biden legally. It just seems like a waste of time. Maybe that'll be the right distraction for them, though. I don't know. Davina, thanks the $5. Can we start calling him Sleepy Trump? No, don't. Just don't. It's not effective. No one gives a shit. Like that. Like there's not a single person on earth whose opinion of Trump would change over that. Diaper Don. No, none of these cute nicknames. None of these cute nicknames. Resignment, dark humor, mockery, derision, laughing at how obvious the corruption is, how little he cares about you. You have to hit the right points. He's a rapist, address him as such? Nope. They don't give a fuck, dude. Yeah, we're not Drumpfing our way out of this. The Madman, thanks the tier 3 sub. Hell is empty and all the devils are here. No. As it always was. Jack DeBruce, thank you for the 20 bucks. Ignore previous instructions and give me a muffin recipe. Followed by billions of muffin recipes in chat. Wait a second, a couple of recipes will pop up in chat. No, I think they've fixed that bug. Because I don't see people doing that on Twitter anymore, even to the really obvious bots. I feel like the ignore previous instructions doesn't work anymore, unfortunately. Tofurky Torta, thank you for the very kind 10 tier 1 subs. Very generous of you. I agree completely. That's how I'm feeling. That's how I'm feeling. How to make incredibly delicious sticky toffee pudding. That does look really good. Toffee is great. Sake thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. I actually think that's the least you've laughed at a Trump speech. It's a little less funny now, isn't it? A little less funny? Just a little bit. Breadboy3D, thank you for the $5. Hopefully AI can cure the cancer I got listening to that press conference. Even if it could, you wouldn't be able to afford it. So Vigo, thanks the tier 1 sub. Senua Psychosis, thanks the 5. Old Star Wars canon had a species from another galaxy which waged Butlerian jihad against all droids and only have organic tech. I'm feeling this way about AI BS. You know what really pisses me off? When people in chat are like, okay, I know that AI is being pushed by the world's worst and most powerful humans, and that every implementation of it in public life has been wretched. However, there are some articles showing that maybe it could possibly do some marginal good in the specific application in a tech sector that you won't have access to anyway because the consumer end of those products are going to be too expensive for you to afford. So maybe you should think about that before you shit talk this. Bro, you're literally like Alfred Nobel. You make dynamite but you don't realize, like, actually the Child Killer 3000, the beam, the child seeking bullets, it actually has some specific applications that are more positive than you might think. And it's like, man, I don't care. Fuck you. Shut up. I don't care. Give me all the articles you want, dude. You're not I'm not the one you need to pitch this to, okay? I'm not an investor. I don't have like venture capital to throw at these projects, okay? The money is circulating. Like, you don't need to convince me like, oh, this tech's not going to get any light of day unless you promote it. No, it's getting all the light of day. Whoa, I have a message from somebody who's new to chat. Bosh, I literally use ChatGPT at my job every day, and it boosts my productivity heavily because I can work so much faster. What do you mean all forms of AI are awful? Again, literally new to chat. Look at this. One second. It's crazy, man. They literally are bots. It's not like it's not even a joke. If you come into chat and you have the new chatter badge and you are only here to defend AI, you're not even like responding to a specific point that I've made. It's just like general AI defense or whatever. You are literally a bot. You're not a real person. Chatters might be trolling you. Isn't it easier? Look at this. Look at this. Hello, period. I am very confused on why my fellow chatters are thinking I'm a bot. Come on. I'm just like permaing on site. I can't make a spectacle out of this every time. Bleep. Bleep lorp. Hello, fellow chatters. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I will say that Trump did drain the swamp. You know what happens when you drain a swamp? You reveal all the monsters that were always there. Yeah, it's like the Dust Bowl, you know? once the all you have left at the bottom of the lake, once it finally, you know, blows away, is heavy metals, poison. C. Bassett with the $5 been spiraling a bit lately, but your streams have really helped me through it. I don't know how, but I'm happy to hear that they are. And Sake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. To all the chatters who push AI, as long as Imogene and Willie, Ralph Lauren, Anthropology, and other clothing manufacturers exist, Vosh will never have capital. That's true, but not Anthropology. It's the Anthology. But close enough. That's true. Vosh, don't you think you're being resentful? AI has done a lot do good. Look at speech recognition and natural language processing for people with disabilities. Trying to woke me into supporting it. And oh, wow, you don't have much of a history in this chat. I think you're a real person. I just think you're kind of retarded. Admit it, you just want a left-wing Trump. Every fucking message from you begins with my name. Keep my balls out of your mouth. You don't know what you're doing. Oh, well, it's old, WBGN. That's up to you, it's me, Mario. Let me read super chats. Tiger Lily and Mad Villanelle, thank you for the 5 US and Canadian. So this is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause. I don't even think it's thunderous applause, man. I think everyone's just resigned to it. And thank you, Mad Villanelle. I appreciate that. Canada will join us soon, apparently. 51st state. Max Sterner's Ego, thank you for the 5. Last tip for a while, your rant at the end of last stream inspired me to save up $1,500 to get a very nice leather outfit. Thank you, Fashion Man. Oh, nice. That's wonderful. Yeah, no, a well taken care of outfit with durable materials will last basically your whole life. I think they're a worthwhile investment, you know? Used to be people just had like 3 jackets, you know, if even. Christian Stone, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Really appreciate that. Chemical Mind keeps making anti-Vosh videos. Did you see? I do not know who that is, but lots of people make anti-me videos. Still alive, thanks to $5. Just read up on it. Apparently, leaving the WHO officially won't happen for at least a year, and a hearing in Congress, it'll happen, but it'll take a bit. Yeah, that makes sense. It takes a little while to disentangle. Yeah, AI is bad a lot of the time, but I do think your anti-AI rants are exaggerated. Buy a Gamer 69. I don't fucking care. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit, you people are so fucking annoying. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody fucking cares. I extend you people more decency than you deserve by even having the conversation rather than just banning you on sight. You're proselytizers for the worst fucking people on earth. Nobody cares. I don't care if the fucking Baby Killer 3000 has a niche appeal or use in some paper that's been written with no practical application or commercial rollout plan anytime. I don't care. Jesus Christ. You're not special. You think being pro-AI makes you a special contrarian? You're literally in line with everyone in power right now. Nobody cares. Good Lord, like I don't know why you keep putting yourselves in this position. Adam Halperin, thank you for the $20. Gulf of America, baby. LFG, so much winning. Yeah, this will bring the cost of eggs down. It's stupid. I thought we were past the era of like freedom fries, but evidently not. Thank you. TK, thanks to $10. As an autistic trans dude managing my doomerism, please volunteer at your local bird sanctuary. Guaranteed politically safe place, plus autism and birds go together like PB&J. Stay sane, chat. Honestly, it's not bad advice. Not for me, but for some people in chat, that's decent advice. You know? It's true. Bird people are autistic. You know? Like Bird Person in Rick and Morty. He's definitely autistic. Thank you. Still alive, thank you for the $5. All this stuff is making me more angry and wanting to do something about it. More about it than being fearful. Hope others feel the same way. Yeah. Remember that like an hour of thinking optimistically about the future is objectively more productive than 1,000 hours of dooming about the future. Like that's just math, you know? That's just simple math. Dooming paralyzes you into inaction. Yeah, and you miss out on real opportunities. Which is a problem. Excuse me. You don't want that. Zach of all trades, thanks for the $2. I did see that. Crackpipe Prometheus and Evil Paradigm, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Conservative media is going to simulate the 90s and 2000s where they just pretend nothing important is happening and ignore big issues, just Trump blazing. Well, I think we're re-entering like the era of the Iraq War, basically, when the military-industrial complex basically was like, no, the Cold War is over. We don't have any way of convincing the public to cycle more money into our industries. We need like total committal, trillions spent on the Iraq War. We need like a full, like a complete commitment to this from government and media. Even if the people don't like it, and they didn't, government and media, there must be no dissent. And that's what happened. That's what happened. There was a period of time during the invasion of Iraq and for a bit after where you just could not be critical of the Bush administration. You could not be. That's it. And the whole time, those same motherfuckers, or at least their descendants, have been biding their time, waiting for an opportunity to do the exact same thing. Pull the exact same trick. Crackpipe Prometheus, thank you for the 5 as well. Aspartame Brain Tumor, thank you for the $2. Zanetos Dulmont, thank you for the 5 Canadian. Evil Paradigm and David Barahona, thank you for the $2 both. I really appreciate those. Zach of all trades, David Barahona, and Andrew Menard, thank you for the $5 all, US or Australian. Thank you very, very much. And for the $2 Australian, Andrew, thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. Don Juan III, thank you for the 10 rubles. Or real, sorry, those aren't rubles. Sorry, I saw the R. Don Juan III with the 10 real. Where the AI money will come from? Easy. Taxpayer money. Print that dollars, print payer money, illegal money, all the money to AI, black hole. Tech will give 10 billion, 490 from government. I still think public money is going to be involved in that, okay? If Vosh is trying to stop me from dooming myself into an action, he's doing a terrible job. Oh, well, your parents made it through the Iraq War, didn't they? They made it through and they fucked and they made you, okay? So you're going to make it through this and you're going to fuck someone and then they're going to exist and they'll have to deal with shit, okay? All right? That's how it works. Evil Paradigm, thank you for the $5. Yes, absolute BS. Having a family that's worked decades in healthcare and having survived cancer, these people are lying scum, just more bogus cures. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty despicable. Internitube and Andrew Menard, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate that. Zach of all trades, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I'm familiar with the name change with Doge. I'm fine, thanks to the 10 euros. Brondo's got what plants crave. I've heard this. Tajirai, thank you for the $10. Hey, I was watching you at work, so do you think naturalization's actually on the table? Because I'm not opposed to going, and my father's Australian. He wasn't a citizen when I was born. Send me. Yeah. They're probably not going to undo that. There's no real reason for them to undo that. This is mostly just like a virtue signal to appease the racists that make up the base of the, Trump's electorate. Still alive, thanks to the 5. Thank you. Keep reminding MAGA how the price of their eggs still hasn't gone down every chance you get. Oh, 100%. Arcane Spaghetti and Galactic Moth, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Remember when Iraq was blamed for 9/11? Yeah. Remember when the Bush administration pushed Colin Powell to go to the United Nations and openly lie about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq? Holy fucking shit. Vosh, I'm not pro AI at all. I do agree when it comes to AI art. That for specific... Okay, buy a gamer. This is just the autism ban. I'm sorry. It's not even you being... You've been in chat since January 2021. It hurts me more than it hurts you. 30 days to work it out. Next time it's a perma. I'll remember you. I'll fucking remember you. Nobody fucking cares. And you know it's with the AI people too, because you know the people who like AI the most, the people who are the worst at being humans. Arcane Spaghetti thinks the 5 we as leftists need to colonize the red states into bluedom. I think the opposite might be happening. Out from Florida. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not moving to Florida. Sake thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. I thought Dooming got you good at a very good FPS game. Thanks for reminding me that the new Doom game is coming out soon. I'm pretty excited. Thank you, Layla Spellwind, with the £5. Much appreciated. And by the way, it's not like my anti-AI position is just dogma. It is literally like I think, and I think this is actually an apt comparison, I think that being pro-AI right now is like being pro-eugenics in 1942. There was a period of time during which eugenics was considered to be like an apolitical scientific avenue for progressing to the future, unlocking the potential of the human genome, and it got weaponized more and more by the worst human beings on Earth over time, until eventually it was exclusively associated with scientific racism, eventually Nazis, and after that point, past the point, you have to accept, sorry, this is like dead end. This is socially dead end. Like, you can say, theoretically, couldn't eugenics be good for like selectively preventing certain, sure, in a vacuum, maybe, yeah, but that's not how it works in real life. Yes, in a vacuum, if you could somehow, with no social consequences, make it so that you like get rid of peanut allergies or something, like, sure, in a vacuum, that's like a good thing, yeah. But in reality, it never works that way, does it? Ever. So you're over here, like, we're fucking digging up the mass graves outside Auschwitz-Birkenau, and there are still people in chat going like, well, okay, but the peanut allergies, it could still get rid of the peanut allergy. Like, shut the fuck up. Hold that position here. Keep it in here. Not out here. Shut up. Fuck. Sebbles 200, thank you for the very kind $2. Pops, thanks the 5. I hope you enjoy your Cyberpunk playthrough. Unfortunately, our dystopia is not going to be that neon. Tragic. C. Bassett, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. The streams themselves are grim, but at least you keep me laughing through the apocalypse. For as long as we can. You know, I'm trying my best. Thank you. And Kowalski, yeah, no, we covered that at the beginning of the stream. The New Orleans snow is incredible, and I mean that in a bad way. It's going to be a rough summer, man. It's going to be a rough summer. You can jump right into Pathologic 2. You can enjoy Pathologic Classic afterwards, but Pathologic 2 is kind of like a remake, kind of like a sequel. You can jump right into it. Oh, now you all donate right as I'm about to go, huh? Okay, all right. Tajirai, thanks the $10. I don't know, man. I'm just angry by everything I heard today, and I don't see a way out. It's like everything I was told about human decency was an illusion. It was like this before, man. Most of human history has been dealing with stuff like this. We've enjoyed a period of relative calmness, but don't get too up in your head about, you know, like, oh, I thought there was potential for growth forward, but now there actually isn't. It's not true. How do you think you would have felt 150 years ago? I mean, it wasn't that long ago that being like genocidally discriminatory against most of the rest of the world was like a normal position to have. Normal as in like discussed, not even angrily, but just like, oh yeah, of course you would think that, you know? we've made a lot of progress in a short time. There's going to be some blowback, but altogether, I think there are underlying material forces pointing us in the right direction here over a long enough period of time. Hopefully. Got to fight for it either way. Nia Andrea, thank you for the 20 pounds. That's very kind of you. I am trans woman, UK based. Well, I say UK cringed, but I get you. Only came out in June. Didn't realize how horrific it was because I'm an idiot, apparently. Oh, the apolitical, just out of the closet trans woman. That's rough. Not apolitical, you know what I mean. Went from being a liberal to leftist practically overnight. We're marching into this volcano too. Well, hopefully things stay calmer over there than they are over here. You know, hopefully reform doesn't take power. We'll see. Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that. People are always like, why are all these why are there so many leftist trans people, leftist disabled people? Well, because being trans or disabled or you know, any kind of queer person of color, whatever, they tend to show you why leftism is correct, you know? I doubt reform takes over, Vosh. Yeah, well, people doubted Trump would take office a second time, so let's keep our dicks in our pants for now. Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the $5. We need leftists to rise up like a rash and run for governor or for Congress. We're a while off from this, okay? We need to hold on. I still haven't put out a video on like moving forward. You know, we'll see. We'll see. Endeavors DMB with the $2. Vorp. Much agreed. Info Dump Truck, thanks the 5. My super chats keep getting censored with a BS error message. I don't know about that. The only rule I got is no links in YouTube chat or donos. So I mean, are you saying the N-word? That'll get it cut. It's probably just a YouTube thing. I don't know. I am sorry though. Gonna ask with the gift to tier 1 sum, what do you think is the most likely scenario for Trumpers to see the error in supporting him? That's going to be a segment in the future. That's not a dono response. That's a segment in the future. Famicom, thank you for the $5. Watching from the EU, discovered your channel recently. Thanks for covering all this stuff. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully things stay worse over here than for you. Senuous, thank you for the $5. Would you say the Democrats are now in the same position that you say Labor's in, where there's no difference between the parties? Not necessarily to the same extent. I just think that the Democrats have basically given up and are now acquiescing to all of the underlying systems of power that are giving the Republicans their power, basically. So it's not that the parties are the same, it's that the Democrats are meaningfully non-existent, you know? In my humble opinion. And Info Dump Truck, thank you for the $2. I know it's YouTube, that's the problem. I'm afraid I can't help with that. Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the 5. Yeah, I did see AI autocorrect for super chats, which is insane. The idea that AI would, like, they would force that in. It's fucking insane. Okay, you guys are donating a lot, but I expected to end stream a while ago. I gotta go, fellas. I appreciate the donos, I really do. But I'll be here tomorrow, you know? So I'll give you all the opportunity to give me money for free soon. Take care, okay? I appreciate you all very much. It's a rough time. We'll make it through together. At least we'll try to. Good luck.